Okay, so the latest madness is we're going to be doing Frostpunk Strike. That is, as ever, endless mode, on endurance, on extreme, and the map we're going to do is snowdrifts, because I don't think we do this one very often. Everything is jacked up to extreme as always, random hazards are on as always, and the special thing about this run is that workers are on strike and refuse to work. They will build and they will scout, and they will die and they will probably be eaten, but they will not work. That is just one simple, basic thing that holds us back in this, and that's what I like about challenges. Short, easy to explain, okay? Your workers won't work and that's it. But that has a whole lot of problems that comes with it. Oh, I didn't mean to click confirm name, but I did, so I guess we're called Aurora here. That means of our starting 80 people, we are whittled down to only 15 eligible people who can actually get to work. And those are our upper echelon engineer classes. Those 50 lazy bum workers, they won't help us out in the early game, which means I'm going to do something outrageous and not start with the emergency shift law. The emergency shift law is great. It really gives you that jump start of resources at the very start of the game. However, I'm going to sign child labor as the first law, which is something I never do because I'd far rather squeeze the workers and the engineers than do the children first. But there we go, now we have managed to double our workforce from 15 to 30 with the signing of one law, and we're going to, oh my god, we start at minus 30. That's a considerable problem. As in, oh god. Okay, well, let's plow forward regardless. I need a lot of wood, I need a lot of coal, I need a lot of steel, and I don't have a lot of people to do any of these things. I'm going to start by having my engineers pluck this wood. All the coal is in one place, which is bizarro, but so be it. We've got wood and steel over here, and we've got wood and steel over here. And what I'm curious about is, can I get the 3 bits of wood in one gathering post? I cannot. I can, however, get 2 in one gathering post. I could also get 2 wood and 1 steel in one gathering post, but I think wood is more important than getting that steel, but I do need that steel, so what's a man to even think here? Thinking is a liberty that we are not allowed here. I need steel for the beacon, I need wood for everything, and I need coal to keep us alive. Steel, I need 35 of it, but I don't just need 35 of it. I need some of it for these gathering posts. Ah, man, straight away this has gone Pete-tong. I thought if the coal were more scattered about, I could grab a coal and a steel, because I don't need either of those with particular ferocity. Okay, kids, pluck that wood. God, it's minus 30. They're gonna freeze their little kiddie balls off. Okay. Workshop goes down, get to work. But our children aren't used to working. They'll get hurt. Good. Workers should be the ones building. Now, there we go. With this up, I will get 5 of these Revengineers and have them plow away at the beacon, because I need the beacon with militant ferocity. And I also would really like a gathering post, and I do need that steel. I do very much need that steel. So I'm actually gonna smack you down there. And how about I can't afford the road out to it. Well, I'll eventually afford the road out to it, so let's get going with that. Sucks, I need that wood. I don't want to pollute the wood with the steel, but I need the steel, so let's just make it happen anyway. Come on, workers, work harder. There we go. Now what I can do is pluck 10 of the children from here and have them work here. And now they get wood a little slower, but at least we get the steel, and I think I'm going to need the steel. So the can also hunt, or do you have to go greenhouse, asks Mickle Game. The workers will not work, and hunting is work. I'll have the kids help out over here. Damn it all to hell. I need more wood than I can ever possibly afford tonight. Look at that, I only have 57 of it. Alright, I'm gonna set up 2 health posts, simply to keep my engineers alive? Question mark. I could also not, and instead build 3 homes to keep them alive. 4, and I could keep a promise as well, and keeping promises is nice. Yeah, I think I will keep the promise actually. But we don't have the resources to keep people warm tonight, so too bad. Scouting is okay. Without it, this run would be super doomed. No roof over our heads. Yes, I will provide some shelter. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. But I can't get the heating on because I don't have the coal to afford it. Tragic, I know. People are afraid that they will freeze to death because the heating is off. I know, I know, I know. We have a lot of problems, but at least I fulfilled my shelter promise. And I also should get another gathering post. Potentially for coal, because without coal we are diddly doomed. Oh my god, how can we be so short on wood so much, so fast? I'm actually going to steal some wood from here, just so that I can build this. So we can have this functional in the morning and get us the coal that we need. Come midnight, I'm going to turn this on just so people can have a blast of heat through the night. But we're going to have a lot of sick people and a lot of dying people quite soon, which is all the more reason that I need the... what do I need? Wouldn't scouts be workers working? No, it would not, Wintersphere. This is working. Alright. By the way, I have no idea that this is going to work particularly well, or at all. There may be a lot of restarts. I'm feeling like there will be quite a few restarts. But we're going to start getting sick people in, and I'm fine if they're workers. Workers can get sick and die, that's great, but if they are our children or our engineers, that is considerably not good. Alright, stay as toasty as you can tonight. This isn't stay frosty, this is stay toasty. I guess I'll pull back all of my engineer, child, okay. I have an idea. Maybe it's the workers who get, the people that are actually working that get the homes prioritized. All healthy, good. Keep it that way till 4 o'clock. Look, you were working in these lovely warm gathering posts, you should be fine. New law clock, this is emergency shift o'clock. I need to squeeze everything I can out of my pathetic workers.
Hear me. New law in the city.
And I think I will just send my kids to die here. I can't think of a better thing for them to do right now. because that would get me both steel and wood, and I do need both. I need wood more. I need wood a lot more. But the engineers can help out with the wood, so... And this will kill a child. I mean, that's just straight up. I am committing infanticide here. Wait, isn't that specifically infants? Don't know, I need to get red on my child mortality. Nice, though. We're halfway through the night, and no engineers and no children are sick. But a lot of people are sick, and that super sucks. And we're also almost out of coal. We're gonna need more coal. You gotta yell at me if I hit that worker button. I am prohibited from doing so, but I feel like I'm gonna make an accidental with that at some point. Entertainment work is okay. No. No working at all. Ah, crap. 2 kids got sick. I'm gonna be lambasted for... And an engineer got sick. That is all bad news. Okay, well, that's the horror of starting at -30. Now, let's turn off that heating. You don't deserve it. Let's get enough coal to make us through the next night. And then switch us out for more wood. Oh, crumbs. I'm not even researching right now. That's gotta change. As long as you're all... Well, it doesn't matter if you're sick or not. I'm not treating anybody right now. Imagine being a kid living in this frozen wasteland, being roused from bed and told to go collect coal for the next 24 hours. That's alright. They were just told to pry apart wooden crates and disassemble steel wreckage with their bare hands in -30. But the rousing from the sleep in the middle of the night and the 24-hour, that's true as true can be. But I need both steel and wood. In fact, wood is a bigger priority than getting us that coal right now. I need to be able to build my beacon. And the beacon ain't free. The beacon is far from free. It's 20 wood and 35 steel. But I also need 40 wood to send out a scouting party, and all of these things are very high priority. In fact, you guys should be doing this 24 hours. Get to work. I need it. I may pull some of you to go and work on this coal pile instead. And children can die from being put on 24-hour shifts, and they probably will. But that's a risk that I am willing to take. You could build some gathering posts so that gathering nothing and put the workers in there would be like a union for them. I thought about that, and that's a great way to kill off workers, because I can put them in freezing conditions, have them specifically die. But I will not. That would be a bit of a cop-out, and you know Jake doesn't do cop-outs. Downside, well, a further downside here is, oh my god, look at that. That's -40 and that's -50. This is probably the worst layout of temperature you can get for first storm. It's not as bad as -50 by day 5, but it's a lot worse because you start out with -30 for 2 days, which gives you 21 sick instead of like 8 to 10. Oh man. Okay, the wood situation's getting better. We almost have all the steel we need for the beacon, but we do need yet more steel in order to build more gathering huts. I really do wish the steel was mixed with the coal though, but not a lot can be done there. So there we go. I have the ability to build the beacon, except I need a bit more steel, but what you're going to do, I also need to very heavily consider what our next tech is. Extremely heavily consider. I have no idea, truthfully. I know I need food, but that requires drawing boards, which is a lot of wood. I'm tempted by faster gathering, but that's 15% faster gathering when I could just use these guys to gather instead of researching that tech. I am very unsure which tech to get. Faster gathering always seems like such a waste. But if I don't tech, then I don't get to proceed. In the grander scheme of things. With so few people, what's the best way forward? This coal's probably going to last a long time, so I can just coal thump my way to victory. It might actually be worth getting heaters this early on, but I even need that 10 wood, so I can't spare that either. Because heaters will allow me to survive this. It's not easy. It's really not easy. Scout tech to get more children, sure, but that requires the next layer of technology, which is going to demolish my wood. And what I need is to get these scouts out ASAP. I might even just pull you and tell you I need that coal. Get me enough coal to survive the night, please. I can't believe this. I'm forgoing tech to grab coal. These engineers must feel very ill done to. Who counts as workers? There's an entire class here called workers. Ah, this stinks. Okay, beacon time. I don't like any of these options for placement, but I'll put you here. And the workers, thankfully, are idle, and they'll get to that as soon as possible. And would you look at that, I have the 40 wood that I need to send them out on a wee expedition. Which is good news. Child injured at work. I'm gonna have to scold them. I can't afford having one of my 30 workforce take the day off right now. Thank you for doing these challenges, says Denial628. They're helping me scratch my self-destructive tendency itch vicariously by watching. It gets fairly self-destructive with these. You're right about that. That's a lot of coal to gather. 2,000 coal right there. We're getting the wood in, which is quite nice. But I need a lot of wood. 40 gets these suckers going. I'm tempted to pull you away from this for now and have you work elsewhere, kids, because I need wood more than that wood and steel. It's more efficient to have you. Yeah. God, there's so much to consider here. What I could consider is getting on with my tech. Alleviating that 24-hour shift risk of death from you. And then going forward with something. Sawmill. No, I just don't have the workers for something like that. I'll need steel eventually. Faster gathering might actually be worth my time here, given that I'm going to be spending a lot of time gathering. But it's going to be cold as hell with that gathering. And it doesn't help out too much. Now let's get heaters. I have an idea. It's not a great idea. It's quite the opposite, but let's get it anyway. With heaters, I can keep my engineers alive. Yeah, I have an idea to save some engineers, but it costs 50 wood plus those heaters. Alright, the beacon at least is built, so I can send out a bunch of these crummy workers. However, I want to specifically send sick workers, so as long as we keep the game paused, I can manage them a bit. These guys aren't working, so don't you tell me they're working. All of you are sick, except for John Cobb. Nobody likes you, John Cobb. There we go, now I've got the sick ones. And they're going to go out to... Oh man, that sawmill tempts me with all of its wood. So we got to get the sawmill. And let's hand these guys their pink slips already. Alright, there we go. Now I've sent some workers off to scout, which is not working. And we keep on going. 15% faster gathering with 20 people gathering is like 3 extra people. Sure, but some of these people are about to die, and that takes up a long time with teching. Whereas what I could do is have these guys work helping with the gathering themselves, and that's 5 extra people. It doesn't last for long, and blah blah blah. Lots of reasons. I'm a bit worried having these guys work the 24-hour shift here. Some of them are going to die, I'm quite certain.
Finish your labors, people. The work day is up.
Question is, who would I rather lose, an engineer or a child? Engineers can do everything children can do and then some, but children dying is a bigger hit to hope. A very much bigger hit to hope. Ah, but the engineers won't die on this shift. So get rid of the engineers here. Shove them over there. Some may die though, and I need that wood as well. Harumph. But the 24-hour shift, that'll probably work through all the night. Okay. Chang's 81 coal to get us through the night. It's not good. It's quite the opposite of good. Okay, I can pass another law. What in the world are we going to do? I don't actually know. I should probably get sawdust. But sawdust will make my regular working people sicker. And I can't afford sickness right now. Not that I can afford much discontent. But I'm gonna have to go for soup. And I will need a cookhouse. Yeah, I completely forgot about feeding my people, but that is something that one has to do. Anything to calm the growling stomach, just like in London. I hate soup. All my life it's been thin gruel and empty promises. Well, it's going to keep going that way, and that discontent's going to get only larger. So these are all my engineers. Only one of them is sick, thankfully. Can't believe I don't have extended shift by this point. That's a 40% increase in productivity. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. Probably have those kids working here so they still use the 24-hour shift. I just hope they don't buy it. Let's get that soup going. And come midnight we'll get the heating on. Lots of people unhappy because there are no homes to go to, but I'm going to let a lot of people die. So that should free up some homes and lower discontent as long as I have a way to deal with the bodies. Okay, well, 8-8 will at least give us heat for a wee while. Let's give people a nice overdrivey night. Hey, you almost got all that wood, which is kind of good. Means you can finish up there and take over from these kids, so the kids won't die. Good. Could do without dead kids right now. And let's have this thing only work when we need it to work. Alright. That's borderline okay. Still need research done at some point. This looks like a hard challenge. It's a very hard challenge, and it's not a challenge that gets a lot easier with time either. Tempted to smack down another 24-hour shift on gathering just to keep things going, but I've already done 2 emergency shifts. People, for some reason, don't like working my emergency shifts, even though they are of vital import. Oh crap, why am I not building another research resource depot? You might think I want to get all 3 of these, but I want to focus on wood a lot more than I focus on steel. I already get steel there. I want this wood. Is there even a valid build location that gets me those 2 things? Yes, there is, thank goodness. This is disgusting. Huge expenditure of wood there, but it should keep our people a bit better. As long as the workers do this. Alright, we'll keep it going, keep it steady. I'm sure that was fun, but off goes your heating. No workers means no scouts. Scouting doesn't work. It's a vacation, if anything. They don't have to live in this hellhole. So scouting is okay. It's also because this challenge would just be somewhere in the field of impossible without it. All right. I'm gonna wait for people to get to work first. Good, it's all workers that are going to build that. I want it built as soon as possible. 5 of the workers are going to be, the engineers are going to be here. Wonder how our glorious captain's going to mess up today. Get off my back. Cold at home, lack of shelter, hungry, bad healthcare. That is to say, no healthcare. A protective mother. No exceptions here, boss. People don't work till 8 in the morning anyway. But there we go, it's lovely and warm, relatively speaking now. Lots of people are about to die. That's fine for discontent, it's not so fine for hope. Hope's gonna plummet. And then people are gonna want to turf me, but as long as it's not kids that are dying. And it could well be kids that are dying. Okay, engineers, make us that soup, please. The annoying thing is the workers are gonna eat the soup. I need them dead, not eating soup. Ah well, at least when they die there'll be less discontent going around. Graveyard to reduce the hit? No. Body pile so we can consider cannibalism down the line, because there's probably going to be starvation. Trouble is, starvation is indiscriminate, whereas I want to be very discriminant. Alright, we're looking good in the coal front. As we can see, 80 is plenty to get us through the night, but I want this thing built so I can really power through the wood. These guys are helping out a lot by getting us the steel that we need, but I don't think steel is going to be a big priority for a wee bit. Wood is more important. Wood gets us homes, wood gets us medical facilities. Wood keeps us alive. And a bit more content. The workers don't work in the cold, so they won't be the ones dying. Perhaps, but they aren't the ones that get homes. Homes are given to workers, it seems. This is what I'm looking at and noticing. But yeah, I'm probably going to lose some of my engineers and kids through all of this. But I need a medical facility set up so I can actually see about tending to those who are actually in need. Alright, we have this set up. We have a number of food here, which is good enough for me. So I'm going to close this thing down and get those those engineers plucking that wood for me. Yeah, that's what they got their engineer degree for. Look at this. This engineer's about to die. This other one's going to go not too far after. How about these kids? That's 2 of our 30 workforce gone. 3... Oh dear lord. Yeah, that hope's gonna go. That hope's gonna go to bad places. I might be forced out of getting my snow pit. I'll never say never. What could I use this wood for other than the houses and medical facilities that I want to make? Not a whole lot. And I'm getting 5 per hour for the next 6 hours. That's 30 wood right there. That brings us to 50. 60, 70 wood. 50. I can build a couple of tents. That'll manage discontent a little bit. Just a little bit, though. Here comes the deaths. I hope that didn't say discontent is too high, because I can't handle that right now. That's why I'm building these 2 homes that should reduce discontent considerably. Enough for me to say, bury yourself face up in the cemetery so the whole world's kissing your ass. And just shove it over there. Workers can work on that. Damn, a lot of kids are gonna die. Okay, but look at that. Deaths are reducing discontent because it's freeing up spaces in homes. And the people that are dying tend to be those that are unhappy because of the lack of health care. Alright, now I can also, since I haven't passed any radical treatment laws or similar, actually have medical posts that see to the slightly sick, and I'll try to just target engineers and children, but there's no guarantees there. I can't exactly boot them out of our oh crap. I built the tents too far away. I won't be able to get them churchified. Yeah, Hope's gonna kill me here. Hope is very killing me. And that's a child dying. Child deaths hurt Hope the hardest. Snow pit established though. That'll deal with discontent a bit. We've got a decent amount of coal in right now, relatively speaking. And now we have this. So what I could do, if I'm feeling super generous, is stick you in there and see who we get as patients. Ah, they're all workers, and I want workers dead, so forget that. These guys will be here to look after themselves. Okay, I know it looks grim. That's because it's really, really grim. But we have to hold on. Alright, people already wanting to kick me out here. That Hope might not be manageable at this rate. I had too many people dying early. But I didn't really have a good way of stopping them dying. It's not specifically true. I could have kept my medical posts going better, but this is a toughie. Okay, we got the heaters at least, for all the little that does us at this point. I would like to get the next level of tech, however. Do I though? I mean, what would I rather have at this point? I'd like to get more scouts out. That's the top thing that I would like right now. Brings in new blood. But I need more wood for that. If anything, I should not have built this, then I'd be able to afford it super fast. But, you know, they're not working anyway right now, so why sweat it? Let's have a longer night of warmth. It's all workers here, sadly, and I can't just kick them out. Don't want any of these workers here. But the upside of putting my engineers in there is that they're impervious to harm now. People that work in medical facilities don't get sick themselves unless they're becoming gravely sick from other factors or from... I wonder if they're free from sawdust. I've never seen them get afflicted by sawdust damage. Alright, we've got ourselves some wood. And the circle of stones. It takes you a bit too long to get there to save my being turfed out of the city. But we'll see what can be done on that front. I need to pass a hope law and then actually follow it through as quickly as can be. These people are relatively warm right now. Alright, that's as good as you get. Off it trots. At least it's going to be minus 30 by day 7. Death to the proletariat, says de Bruyage. The proletarian masses, well, they're going into a mass grave at least. But at least lack of homes is only affecting a very small minority of people. So we got that going for us. Those workers are being turfed out, by the way. Forget about them, they can just go and die. I just put them in there to keep them alive for a little bit longer. The pitiful gains of our daily struggle only delay the inevitable. That sounds a bit harsh. You guys are going to be done with this quite soon. Coal is looking okay-ish. I need to get going with research, though. The lack of research is hurting me. Even if I'm not going for faster don't know what to get, honestly. It's a difficult one. Building this was a mistake, a big mistake. I could dismantle it and undo that mistake and then get the next tier of technology faster. That puts me in a very vulnerable situation when it comes to healthcare, but I'm out of options at this point. Having a couple of you grab the coal seems sufficient. Alright, I desperately need to not be chucked out of my city. We'll go faith this time, it's a bit better for managing hope. We'll build ourselves 2 houses of prayer. Oh my god, they cost 30 wood each. Where am I going to get 30 wood? Well, get plucking, kiddos.
Get going. Time to earn your pay.
Sorry, research is prohibited. It's mandatory wood plucking now. Our people will surely appreciate it, hopefully enough to not throw me out, but I have many people that are ready to die right now. Many people ready to die right now. So build like my life depends on it, and it really does. This is some ugly ass building planning, but it's alright, many will die anyway. That's one. Look at that hope boost. If I get this one built, and I do this... Ah, but I didn't include you in the range of it, which was another mistake. The whole point of building it there was to get all of these. You guys are already covered right now. But I think it'll be enough as long as none of these 13 people die. Bit of a tall claim, that. Too tall a claim. Let's not risk that. At least not further risk it. I can build you right about here. Just spend the extra 3 wood for that. But get it built, workers, before everybody dies. Pretty please, I need this. You can't go below 0 hope, can you? No, you can't. It's floors at 0. Then even if lots of things happen, it floors. Hope and discontent function in very different ways. Double rations for kids. That would increase hope, but long term, it's a foolish thing for me to do. That said, maybe it would be really good if it actually stops them from getting sick at work. I don't know how that works. Still, we've got to get them away from there because they've done their work, and get them back to grabbing me that wood, because I need that wood. Get to work, workers. I'm serious. These people are going to die very soon. Discontent can be a lot above 100%, but hope does not go below 0. Please, before people die, please. There we go. Houses of prayer built. Hope rises. Rises. Oh my god, it's just not enough. I should have given those double rations. Said Jake never. Oh, and now they die. And I can't pass a law in time. Well, this is not good for me. Straight away though, I can see how I could undo all these problems. I made quite a few mistakes here that have cost me. Right, let's toast people up a bit. Oh, a chance. I promise there's going to be a medical post straight away. Look at me, I'm building that medical post, keeping my promises like a good promise keeper. And there aren't many people left to die, which is good. What isn't good is that 6 of our 15 kids are dead and 11 of the engineers are ultra dead. That isn't good news for me. That's very not good news for me. Don't worry, we can persevere. He can't. Sorry, Francis Bryan, but you were a worker. And that's what workers do. They die. Well, I'll tell you what, we're down to 51 people, which means I can actually dismantle both of these for resources, but I won't because we'll probably get some immigrants soon. Rebirth of Faith, I'm very glad to hear that. I'll be even more glad if these guys see Circle of Stones at their next pass, because that is engineers. Why is this not being built? Oh, everybody's busy protesting, aren't they? Lumen protesters. Can't they think of the greater good? Alright, as promised, here we go. Now, who's sick right now? Let's do a labor reallocation to figure out the sick and the needy. I'm sick and needy. None of you? Only one kid. Right, there's very little reason for me to man this, but I'm going to man it to get my Hope Rises bonus. It's absolutely tiny. But it's a start. What else can I do? I only have 20 workers. As in 20 people that can work. I got 31 waster workers. Okay, well, let's keep it strong. I'm still gonna man this place. Okay, Circle of Stone. Oh, they were on their way to a Circle of Stones. Of course. 7 kids and 16 engineers. That's amazing. Please bring them back as soon as you can. It's going to be a day and 2 hours. That's too late. I need hope, and I need hope badly. But I don't have many options right now unless I get an amazing event that gives me hope. I should have fed those bloomin' kids. I didn't, but I should have. Right, we need more soup the way we're going. People don't deserve warmth. I need that research done eventually, so better do it now. And that leaves me with nobody really free. Well, you guys are free enough. Get plucking. We live to work and that's it. You are correct. Also, it's getting very cold. Too cold, in fact, for the cookhouse to operate. So I'm going to give it a heater just so it can produce anything. And I'm going to give you a heater so fewer of you are sick. Yeah, no, I think my Hope's days are doomed. Yeah, goodbye, Hope. Alright, I'm not too unsurprised that I'm turfed here, but I could have made that. For example, if we hadn't had -30 as the opening temperature, fewer people would have died. And we would have had time before the ultimatum to grab these survivors from the Circle of Stones, bring them back and restore our hope. And that would have bought me enough time to stabilize it so that I would hopefully never face ultimatum, but you never know. Still, this is what happens. Sometimes you get turfed. But we just jumped straight back in. City 17 didn't work out so well for us. How about City 18? Back to the snowdrifts. Because I don't often use this map, I want to make it work. Yeah, I also could have, if I'd given those kids rations, sure. I was thinking long term, but... There we go. Should be naming them after Dungeon Keeper places after all. The layout, this is a bit different. Coal, and steel. Well, coal and steel are together, which is sort of what I was after. Coal's together here. Wood's mixed with the steel over there. And then there's this outrageously close pile of wood crates. Alright, let's get going. I need those safe jobs for kiddos.
New law. A new law has passed.
And I certainly want this wood taken care of. It's probably within the heat range if I went for that, so I could put a 24-hour shift on it and be okay. Well, okay, in big inverted commas. You folks get to work on that, and... Is it even worth having the tech this close? I think it is. Want to make sure that no engineers are working on the warehouse, and they are not. Oh, right, I should be also making my gathering post. Wood is important. Wood is of vital importance. So I should get the wooden one up and on the go ASAP. But what of wood and coal? Looks like it doesn't fit there and still be within our heating range. But this is a good way to get coal and steel, which is pretty good. It's just a lot of wood to get us out there. But that's a great place to set one up after everything else. But wood is so important, and getting a gathering post on wood accelerates everything dramatically. So I could, would, and should get you out there. The trouble is the planning for it. Clunk. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Oh man, don't tell me you're not going to be playing ball with me. Alright, let's try to plan. Planning is a great way to fail, but I can try anyway. Oh, it's just too far away there. However, there are alternative ideas. You might think, Jake, what the hell are you doing? I'm trying to maximize the efficiency of my wood here. I'm still failing at it. So there's a thought. What if the road came out this way? Could I slam you on this road and still get those 2 bits of wood? The answer is yes, I can. So that is what I want my people doing right now. Engineers work on that one instead, so you don't eat into the wood that we're currently getting here. And also, we still have 10 woods saved over, so let's immediately get to work on Beacon. Beacon saves our keister. Can I go faster gathering? No, I still think faster gathering is a trap. Because notice at a certain point, gathering accelerated to the point that it wasn't the lack of gathering that was the problem. We had like 60 wood. Didn't even know what to do with it all. Okay. Still like a second one set up over here. But that might be asking a lot because I do want homes. I want homes as soon as I'm requested to build homes, because then I can keep it and increase my hope. However, this thing's right in the way. Oh well, it is where it is. We'll get it moved eventually after those kids get to work. Alright, let's keep it going. Now with that set up, I can bring those engineers back and shove them over there. Maybe I should keep my kids warmer. Death of kids is hurting the hardest. When it comes to hope, at least. Alright kids, you go work there. Engineers may be more useful, but they both work at the same rate for menial jobs like gathering here. And the kid's death hits that hope so hard. Jay, can you make the workers work as fertilizer? I can, but that's going to require a level of technology that's just alien to us at this point. Okay. So far so okay. The wood supply is coming in quite nicely. I'm also suspicious of how good the wood's coming in. Ah, right, last time it wasn't so hot because they were mixing wood with steel. The downside here is that I'm on a steel deficit. I still need a lot of steel. Need a heck of a lot of steel. So let's set this up now, even though it costs a lot of wood. That cost a heck of a lot of wood, but there we go, we got a job for folks later on. I'm going to 24-hour shift these wooden crates with engineers. Just so I get the wood flowing a bit better. Or I could 24-hour shift this, but then somebody will likely die and the efficiency boost isn't worth it in my view. Not for the death. Well, is it though? Honestly, I'd like to do both. Or I could do this, of course. That would get me a lot of coal and steel for one death. And I do need the steel, and it wouldn't eat into my wood supplies very much. Highly tempting. Alright, here we go. No roof over our heads. I will provide shelter. I can't remember if I told them that I would or would not last time, but... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Clunk. And I won't keep you warm because we don't have the coal, but we might have the coal. If I build this and slam a 24-hour shift on it, I can have the coal to severely reduce the amount of sick people that we get, which is probably a very good idea. It's going to cost me, but we'll eat that cost. Hi ho, Jake in chat says Avar Tisha. Well, hi ho to you too. And let's get that overdrive smoking. I don't want anybody dying on me here. They will die. But I specifically mean engineers and children. I don't want them dying right now. Alright. Alright. Well, we keep our promise and we boost that hope. A staggeringly low amount. But this thing is operational now. Question is, who goes there? I'm thinking these whingy old engineers can get down there and do that 24-hour shift, but it can't start till 4 hours from now. That's fine though. That is actually very fine. I'll have them work during non-working hours and then pull them and have them work elsewhere. That said though, I don't think I have the coal to survive this. For as long as I want to survive this. Almost certainly not. I turned on my my generator too early. Some people could even die through the night here. I took it for granted that I would of course have the 24-hour shift law passed, but no. No, no, and a bit more no. Alright, generator shutting down just in time for me to get the emergency shift law and tell these buggers to go and get me those resources. I need 30 steel. That's a lot of time spent plucking steel, sadly. Time I don't really have, but at least we'll get some coal this time. Work, work, work until you die. Yes, I'm glad you understand, Elizabeth Butler. Lives are on the line here. Some might say your lives, but I would argue it's my life. Only 6 unwell though. Hopefully they're all workers. 1, 2. Wait, they're almost none of them workers. 3. Ah, crumbs. That means kids got sick. Dang. Who would have thought those kids plucking that wood straight out of the cold would get sick? This is a low level of sick people though. I could see to them with a single medical center. But that would cost a lot of wood and cost 5 engineers a lot of time. So I'm not particularly thrilled at the prospect of doing it. Another day, another shift. Yes, that is life. I'm not sure I'm going to get that steel fast enough right now. Kids, it's been great you getting me that wood, but please go and pluck that steel for me. .5 per hour. 10 hours, that's not a lot of steel, is it?
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
35 steel to build this thing. Not to mention the wood, and the wood is also what I'm suffering on here. But we're doing all we can. We're giving our all. 35 steel, so much. I'm just kind of double checking because it seems like such an absurd amount of steel. But normally, by this point, I'd have 2 steel places already depleted, so steel is not an early game concern for me in a standard run. Do you have any plans to get more people? Yes, scouting. That's why we're getting the beacon. We need more people. We need workforce, because our workforce of 30 is about to decline significantly. I'm actually tempted to pull them from here and have them get this steel directly, but the increase in steel would be pitiful. It would be up 2 per hour, so really only up 0.5 per hour, which is just not enough to justify it. I want to hit that 35 steel, and then I'm going to pull them out of this 24-hour shift because it's risking their life. Someone will probably die on that shift, at this rate at least. Alright, we've got ourselves the beacon researched, and I think I'm going to pull you and have you guys make me, pull me some wood instead. Because gosh, do I need wood like nobody's business right now. 2.5 steel per hour, should be 2.5 hours. I would really quite like extra wood as well, or else we're never going to get our scouting party going. What's going on? Kiddo is injured at work. Hope hurt me hard before, but I can't afford to give this kid a day off. Or can I? No, the Hope hurt me so hard last time. Let's not take the risk, even though that's going to reduce my efficiency. Is the kid really not working? Because it looks like he's working. We got 33% here, 33% here. Where's the other 5 kids? No, some of the kids are here. Wow, the kid's not taking a day off. Nice. They got a bit of a work ethic going for them. Alright, please, just 2 more steel, and let's not face a casualty in the gathering post. Alright, we got it. You guys are pooled. Thank you for your sacrifice. We now have plenty, in massive inverted commas, of coal. And these guys are going home. No, it doesn't work like that, you see. You must get to extensive amounts of work. I'm actually going to throw them down on a 24-hour shift on this as well, so they work on it through the night. But I'm going to keep them heated through the night because I think the generator will warm it up. I didn't double check, but I think so. Can't imagine why it wouldn't. That would be absurd. However, now I have what it takes to build this bacon. And gosh, do we need this. There you go. Workers of the world, untie and get that stuff done. Steel. Do I need any more steel for the foreseeable future? I will probably need it for 1 gathering post. Probably one over here to get additional steel and wooden crates. But for now... I mean, 1 per hour steel is of no consequence. Let's get some wood going. But which wood and where? If you focus on that wood, it'll make this more of a steel-orientated package. But I'd quite like this done with sooner. Alright, so far so okay. I need 40 wood to get those scouts going, and there is a strong temptation to see to these sick, because not a lot of them are actually workers. 3 of them are workers, which means 3 of them are valuable engineers and children, and if I can target those valuables, then we'll be a whole lot better off. Get to work, workers. And I can target them by forcing the workers that are sick off to scout. However, I need the wood. Ah, it doesn't affect that. That is super sad. Oh well, I still want this gone. That'll help me with building layout and stuff. Okay, it's law clock. We need... I'm tempted to go food additives. I know it's going to kill more people, but the pain and suffering brought from discontent via soup is just so painful. We've got our bacon, sawdust and bread. What's next? Stones for pillows. I like your forward thinking there, but no. Keeping it paused, let's assign a bunch of workers here, here, and here, so that all of these sick, in fact these are 3 sickos, get sent off to radio station, snow-covered supplies, supply depot. Crumbs, I can't remember what these different ones do. But what I will do is have these guys retracted so I don't accidentally have them working. That would be a shambles. And I will also consult my good friend, the Frostpunk wiki of scouting locations, and check. Scout locations for endless mode. Alright, what is radio station? Is coal and steel. Tempting, because steel is very difficult for me right now. And then there are snow-covered supplies, which is just raw food. Oh man, that is garbage. And then we have supply depot. And supply depot is wood and raw food. The radio station is kind of tempting because steel is hard for me to get in any amount of quantity. But it's also the furthest away by a considerable measure, like half a day compared to the supply depot. So I might have to go for the wood and raw food. Which might not be a bad idea given that food is going to be such a strain for me. I have to get hothouse before I can produce any more. So let's just eat some steel austerity and focus on the wood. If we focus on the wood, we can get a second scouting party, and that's going to help a lot. A heck of a lot. I hate having to feed these workers. I wish I could just tell them that they're not allowed to eat. But even if I tell them that, it's not going to have any tangible effect, sadly. Okay, what did I want that wood for again? Do I really want to set up a medical post? I'll eat up 5 people for quite a while. And that's pretty bad. But I'll stop having so many people dying on me, and that is good. And that's a good thing. Ah, this sucks, but yes, I will tend to my sick unless I can think of something else I need that wood for on the double. Yeah, I need the next tier of technology, of course. However, these guys are going to work through the night and get me the wood that I need for that next tech. So we got that going for us at least. Except I also need to get my food cooked. So I need another 20 wood for that. Ah, man. Just everything needs my bloody everything, doesn't it? Also, I need to pool some of you to work here, so the wood income is going to be even lower and slower. But let's not worry about it too much. Let's just get on with it. I'm also going to pull out one of you. Okay. You guys are dismissed. Go and work here. Since you're working through the night, let's get those kids helping out so they can actually... oh man, I grabbed some kids that were in treatment. Don't keep grabbing the kids that are sick. Okay. Child, and engineer all being seen to. Good. 3 of the sick are off on an expedition, and they will stay there forever, because screw the sick and screw the proletariat masses. Donote says, a no workers run? How is this a possible run? We've had that question for a lot of runs we've done before. The answer is we'll find a way. Getting these early game resources. This goes against everything about how I want to play this game. Okay, who else is coming in? Ugh, workers. Who else is sick? Don't say our glorious real workforce. All these kids are in treatment, that's good. Well, we'll see what happens when the sick stop coming in at 4, because that's when this thing goes off. It's a shame it doesn't show social status here. All the kids are in treatment. Ugh, there's an engineer that's not in treatment. However, we might be able to see that soon. What I do need, however, is that cookhouse. I'll just set it up right there. And we'll get all the food cooked that we can before this comes in. But I need now 50 wood to get the next tier of technology, and I need that wood now. Downside, I can't gather coal without gathering steel now. Another bit of a downside. What's going on? Protective mother. Hope will rise, the child won't work. I mean, I do like having a bit of hope. Let's see if that actually has an effect this time. I think it did. Right, now we have one child that's prohibited from working. That was a bad idea. But we did get a bit of hope at least. To be fair, I did just tell that kid to work 24 hours, so he's probably not best pleased. Alright, groovy. I need these kids making delicious sawdust meals. Unfortunately, our workers are going to gobble them up quite quickly. And yeah, that is pretty unfortunate. Yeah. It says dismiss, but you can't dismiss them. Alright, everybody that I can make work right now is working. Just keep it going, stay strong.
Work time. Get moving.
It's my dream to yell that someday. Right, 9 engineers. Where do they go and what do they do? Wood is the obvious one. Coal is a less obvious one. In this period of -40, this is only going to be working if we have the generator on, which might be worth considering. But that's a lot of my people used up. Dang, some of them think they have the wherewithal to go eating. I disagree. The kids working there, they can eat their sawdust burgers, but I want you folks getting me that extra bit of coal. Dang, those sick kids. Wood is of more importance than anything else right now, so let's ensure that this one is working as efficiently as possible. There we go. And as soon as I have that 50 wood, it's going to be research time, and I'm probably going to smack a 24-hour shift on it and just accept the death, because death is going to come before too long, and the next law is going to be turf the bodies into the snow law. Alright. Let's just get all this food done so I don't even have to think about it for a while. I'll probably even dismantle the cookhouse for added wood soon. Yep, great. Away it goes. And I'm going to pull you guys. And let's get that... Ah, crumbs. Not yet. False alarm. I need a bit more wood. There we go. Workers, get me drawing boards, please. God, this is expensive, I know, but... Gotta do what I gotta do. Sometimes that's being a monster. Okay, extended shift is extremely tempting. I can crank a lot more work out of people right now. However, I need to be able to do stuff with the dead bodies, and that is corpse disposal. Goodbye, hope. Hello, discontent. But it's also future-proofing. I really don't want to do this. Extended shift might be a better idea. However, if hope starts falling, I'll be locked out of corpse disposal. But extended shift gets me more everything. 40% more resources. No, I can't take the risk. Let's get corpse disposal now. Shove the corpses over there. The last thing I want to do is be locked into cemetery. It's dangerous. Dangerous talk. I'd probably go a long way if I actually built some homes for people, and I certainly should tonight if I can. Especially with the cookhouse gone, I have a lot more wood with which to make these homes, and I'll probably do that. I'd prefer to get an ultimatum, but people haven't been very ultimatumy with me just yet. That way I can keep a promise by building 2 more homes, so I'll try to do that. Establishing the snow pit, for some odd reason, doesn't make people happier. It's funny, it made me happy. Alright, welcome to warmth tonight, folks. Limited time offer. There we go. Lack of homes stirs anger. 1 day to provide shelter for 35 people? I don't want to house 35 people. You better believe I'm tearing these down when I can. Okay, slight problem here. Well, more than slight. I don't have the wood for that unless I start smacking down 24-hour shifts or dismantling something. However, these guys will be better soon, so I can dismantle the medical post. I'm really here to save 2 children and an engineer, but it might even be worth keeping it going depending on who else is sick. Child, engineer. It's the workers who I don't want to treat. Alright, I will provide them shelter. I'm not an animal. Oh, that's right. I said you guys would be doing 24-hour shift, and I was not joking. Or was I? I mean, even if I get this... No, I need those extra scouts. Get to it, please. And one of you will die, and that'll bring discontent even higher, but what you gonna do? All these homes, at least, look at what that did to discontent. Melted it. Soon they're about to be very cold and very unhappy about that, but people thrive on being unhappy. And on the plus side, we're about to get more wood and food. Yoink. 53 wood is pretty good. Rock formation and ruined warehouse is not. Neither of these are people. And there's no guarantee that either of these will give me people. Ruined warehouse. Tell me, what do you have? Ruined warehouse is more wood and raw food. No guarantee of people, though. Let's go for it. This is monstrous. Child, engineer, worker. Damn, the worker's dead, not alive. Oh, speaking of people dying. We must make sacrifices to survive. Farewell that guy. Just shove another engineer on him. One that's gonna die anyway. Gotta keep that efficiency going. Gotta get those more scouts out. We're at a bit of a cold deficiency right now, which super sucks. Okay, only workers being seen to here, in which case, stuff that medical post. Tempted to just tear it down now and suffer the losses for a bit. Yeah, I think I can put that wood to better use elsewhere. And then definitely put those engineers to better use pretty much anywhere else right now. That's what I would say, but where would I actually put them to work? This one's being worked on. You're all fine. You're all mostly fine. Gives me 5 free engineers. And if I have them working out in the cold, that's not going to be good for anybody. But if I get the wood going quite soon... Damn, I would actually have to start thinking about jobs for people. Renga Ron League says at Jake, but I don't know what he wants me to say. Convert the coal to cold. Alright, we got our drawing boards done. Which means I really want more scouts, which means I really want more wood, which is pretty painful. Sometimes you just gotta be brutal with people. Get me wood forever, please. Oh wait, no. There's only 113 wood there. They would plow through that in no time. Well, like 20 hours or so, actually, so... There's not a huge drive for me to do this right now. But there's a bit of a drive for me to do it right now, so get to work. The child working there is a bit of a trap. The child could die. Might seem madness not to have the kid working there, but I'm going to pull him out. Have him over here instead. Helen Doodle disposing of a corpse. Building character the old-fashioned way. Okay. Fun and games, but I really need to get additional scouting. And since we tore down the medical post to make this happen, I now have the wood to get those more scouts. But the real reason I tore down the medical post was so that I could build a home for that final person. And although it's incredibly cold, I think people are going to enjoy a triple hit to temperature, going down to livable, chilly, then cold. And that is not going to be popular.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
The alternative is that I keep producing coal here. But I don't produce a lot of coal, and I certainly don't have a surplus of it. What's going on, man? Refusal to work. Get back to work. Hey, Jake. What are you hitting up? What are you hitting up with us, this team? Workers can't work, and that's both the long and the short of it. Alright, I don't want healthcare because I'm not doing healthcare. Organ transplants is great, but it's not really affecting me here. I could start going towards the House of Healing, which would be very good for healing. If I promise Houses of Prayer, it's going to cost me a metric bollock ton of wood. 60 wood and 20 steel to do this. But I might just not do it, or do it and swiftly deconstruct it, then it doesn't cost me that much. But I want to start working my way down towards the House of Healing, because that's going to significantly help with that. Or do I? I want these workers dead, not draining my economy forever. That said, I can't think of better laws here. It's really strange to have only 4 laws passed, and then look at the laws going, I don't really want to pass any. It's just not right. Extended shift would help out a lot at this point, I think, so let's take that.
A new law has passed.
Because then I can instantly get these little kids to work. 2 24-hour shifts is still pretty painful, but I'm about to keep my promise. There we go, everybody has a tent. How about those tents? They're about to get pretty damn cold. I'll pass most of this day with the generator off, but then I'll turn it on and keep it on for day 5. Oh, but it could cause too much discontent with people getting mega cold. But the 4 emergency shifts I've passed, the downside of that will be degrading. Not that it will be degrading for people, it's just degrading in general. This is a bit of a problem though. The death spiral is about to hit. And I didn't pass that hope law that I should have passed. Well, at least it's not kids that are super sick. Still though. What do I need? What is stopping me from success right now? Wood is always good, sure, but it's pretty cold working there. I don't want to have my kids not work, otherwise they're just wasting away. $10 hours. Okay, so I will get the extra scouting done today. That's a big plus. Then we should start being able to get people in, hopefully before the hope spiral murders us. But it's so dangerous having those kids work there because it's actually a waste of time because these guys are gonna get all these in their 24-hour shift anyway. what I should probably do is spend my resources building up this next one over here that will get extra wood and steel for us. And then the kids can work in there in relative safety. And I have a place for these guys to go when they finish their job. Alright, that makes a relative amount of sense. Oh, what now? Double rations for kids. We should give working children double rations to make them stronger and help prevent injuries. I have no idea if it actually prevents workplace injuries. But I do know that they're going to eat double rations that we don't have. If I starve to death, it's all because of this. How much of a hope rise do we get? Well, a considerable one, actually. Feed up the aristocracy. Yeah, the under 12's aristocracy is pretty strong around here. Alright, let's get this built. What now? Let's just have that discontent. Lay it thick on me, game. I'm already drowning in it. There, now we have a place for these kids to work safely. And they're getting me the shred of wood. Jenny's off, but it'll go on before too long. I'm going to need 40 wood for the next scouting party as well. Fortunately, we are on top of that wood situation. We're getting about 7 per hour here. Get even more if I demolish people's tents, but what you gonna do? Okay, lots of workers are super sick, not lots of kids are super sick. Engineers are fine. Two sick kids, that's amazing. Although I just lost one of my extremely important Revengineers there. Are you guys still gonna get this done tonight? Emergency shift is going to go on for another, I don't know, 6-ish hours. Yeah. They'll get it done, and these kids will help. As long as I get those scouts, I might be able to survive here. Alright, nighttime is on its way. Let's actually warm people up. More sick beds. I promise you I will open a new medical post. I don't promise you that it's going to stay open. Please work your extended shifts, because I need those resources. And let's have it. The art of the deal is on. I can't believe you suckers! I needed those scouts! But I can't order a 24-hour shift. Unbelievable. Alright then. There we go. This thing is operational, but it's not, but it is. These guys are still working the 24-hour shift. Okay then. I'm going to shift you over there. I'm going to shift you there. Get that done. So now some of these sick people will be kept, well, less dead for a little bit. (22), we can enjoy some overdrive for the night. Keep it going. Stay frosty, everybody. Or die. It was just a worker. Richard Smith will not be missed. A worker and a worker also won't be missed. And the last gravely sick person is George Topsfield. Another worker won't be missed. Never miss your loved ones with loaded 44. These guys are almost done. Great. That's truly great. Food for overtime work. They do deserve it. It's one of the few nice things I like to do in the game. Gives you a hope boost and prevents death from signing emergency shifts. Unless you do it to more kids, then yeah, those kids are dead. Okay, now it's time for some hope management. Let's get the House of Prayer. I have 4 days to keep my promise, which is great. I ain't gonna keep that promise for quite some time. We should have built a House of Prayer long ago. Sure. 3, 2, 1, done. Close it up. Get to work here. Extended shift. Some of you back up there so you don't get sick. Some more of you here. And we are... Oh, that's a few sick kids that I could do without. Why the workers? If I had a glut of wood, I could build a lot of medical posts and only have the medical posts that that see to the kids and stuff actually kept open. But that would take a lot of wood and a lot of micromanagement. There's a lot of sickness here. Also, I obviously made some kind of mistake because I didn't assign you there properly. But there you go. One of you is going to die soon enough. Ruined warehouse. I need some actual living people after this. Oh, that's bad. That's really bad. Oh well, let's keep it going. That scouting segment sucked. Sure, they have a lot of wood, but they're nowhere near home. Can't help us. No, Snow Dune does not have people. If it says the only thing standing out in the endless white desert, that means there's nout. You're probably thinking of snow huts, or snow pits, or something like that. There we go, a few more resources back. We are getting coal and stuff there. Overdrive off. Overdrive's getting a bit nippy there. There's ups and downs, but we're alive. Let's keep it that way. Well spoken, Thomas. Another day of work. Keep us warm and fed, God willing. Come on, I need those scouts. Scouts made entirely out of these incredibly sick people. There we go. See, it only took a little bit of research. Now, bigger question. Food is going to die soon. Is there anything more important? The wall drill would help us with wood massively, but we still have 107 wood lying around, and we have a lot of wood on the scout. So I actually don't think wall drill is the priority. I do think it's more about getting our food, that hothouse. A few hardy crops can be grown here. It needs to be heated though, and that's a big problem. It will work in -30, so if I have it by day 7, I can churn out enough food to keep us technically alive. After that, I need steam hubs and or heaters. But we need to be alive, so let's get it. Get faster gathering, says Donuts. Why do people obsess over faster gathering so much? Yes, I agree that early economy is important, but I do not agree that faster gathering is a good expenditure of 10 early game wood and day and a half to 2 days of research early game. We can go cannibal. Last time I went cannibal, I reduced my workload down to 5 people. It's a very difficult law to pass. It's a huge risk to take. Alright, since we have those scouts, let's head them out towards the snow-covered supplies, because last time we got more people out here, so let's hope for that. More mouths to feed, sure, but also more hands to work. More hands to work in jobs that we don't have, though, but when we can build hothouses, we can give them work. Then we can pile up on raw food and keep that keeping us alive for some time. We're about to be hit pretty hard by deaths here. Hopefully most of them are... It would help so much to see class. Just give me the icon. It's not a lot. But when I'm filtering through people, it's very handy. Otherwise I have to micro through these. Wait, what? Why are you working there? I don't care about those workers enough to save their lives. I care about generating resources. If you go back in there, do you still just pick up the same patients? Yeah, they're all workers. Ugh. Fair enough, there are no better jobs that I can give you right now, and we can keep those workers technically alive for a bit longer. But I want to see to the others. The aristocracy. So when those kids die, that hope dies too. Go 24-hour in the workshop, Jake. Still a cooldown, but extended shift is fine for now. They'll get this hothouse done today, and that means we can have it erected and functional for day 6, when it will work outside of the heat zones. In fact, it'll work for 2 days outside of the heat zones. So we're going to pump every bit of food that we can out of the thing. I need to think about its positioning. I might put it along here and here, so that a single shrine can affect our workshop, the medical post, and 2 hothouses. And I will probably want 2 hothouses. They aren't very expensive to build, 20 wood and a steam core. Steam core might seem expensive, but realistically my steam cores are going to be spent on hothouse, wall drill. That seems most likely. Medical care can be done with a house of healing. Whew. Yeah, faster gatherings for when you have coal thumpers. Totally agree with that there. Slim the Bard. Another worker dead. No skin off my nose, but that hope drops ever further. I can keep my promise of House of Prayer to save the hope, but that must have been a child. Yep, Polly Benedict is deed. So I'm going to pull an engineer, move them over here, keep that wood and steel flowing. Tell you what isn't really flowing, that coal. Well, actually no. Oh, we've managed to finish off the steel part here, so we're only plucking that hundreds of coal. When that's done, I can actually move to build another collection point over here. In fact, that's a great thing to do. The sooner the better, is what I would say, but I still don't feel comfortable about my wood situation. These guys will have plenty of work to do for quite some time, and once I have my hothouses going, there's going to be more work than I have for people to do. Worker and child, that's really grim. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 engineers on death's door. God, I need Circle of Stones. I just need people in general. And I think this guy is off on a wild goose chase. I have a feeling if I did rock formation, there would have been people here. I don't actually think there's anything after Snow Dune, but I have to see with my own 2 eyes. It's alright, it's just added difficulty. We like that around here, right? Oh, goodbye, hope. I'm gonna get the heater after this, so that the hothouse can function. Ah, oh, come on! What is with these useless guys that just can't research what I need them to research? This will hurt discontent so much. So much that I might not be able to sort it. But I want that hothouse. I need it functional tomorrow. So let's just eat the ultimatum. Calm down, everybody. The concerns you have will be seen to in due time. Let's get ourselves those heaters for 10 wood so that they have a job to do through the night. I'm a bit concerned about the lack of wood, but I could always dismantle a tent to get the 8 wood back. Nobody's living there right now anyway. And then I can build my hothouse. And yeah, this is ugly as sin, and I should be shot on the spot for doing it. I'm going to put it there and there. Oh, that is such a bad place to put it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because that means one shrine can hit all of these important things. Okay, it's pretty arguable that the workshop is important, that the medical post is important since I don't really use it. Actually, it's a very good point. Alright, I've rethought it. I'm going to put the other one over here. The city layout is not long-term thinking, and it is hideous, but So be it. That's 3 wood I don't want to spend. That's 3 wood nobody wants to spend. I can do that instead, and that opens up this for building. And what I'll probably do is put the shrine about here, and then I'll have this for my House of Healing. Good idea, Jake. Great idea, Jake. Okay, still going. We are 108% discontent. And we have more people that are scheduled to die. Oh, we must persevere. Steel piles on the map. There's one here, and there's one more tucked away around here, I think. Or was that in the last map? Here we go. It's a bit hidden under all these trees, but there is steel to be had there. Steel wreckage. Way too cold to have anybody do that right now. Excellent. Through the night we got these built. Let's reward the people for their industrious nature with some actual heat. Now let's worry about how we even get these things working. I still need wood. How's the enslavement of children going? Well, it's more of a higher purpose. I want wall drill to solve all my wood problems, but it costs 20 wood. And another 20 wood to build. That's most of that wood right there. So I want you guys working on that. Probably once you've finished that heater, I think I'm prioritizing the hothouses too much, right? I have 1, 2, 3, 4 days to get those hothouses functional. In 1, 2, 3 days I should have a lot more people back. Should, might not. And even then some problems can be solved with a heater thing. Not heater thing, what am I trying to say? Steam hub. Albeit it's an expensive solution. But the problem is also expensive. Look at all the people that are dying, and they're very unhappy because of the lack of good healthcare. And I'm still eating ultimatum sandwich right now, but with this increase in temperature coming, just a bit more people. Look, okay, well, there you go. I still need this coal, but I think we're just going to turn the generator off for the next bit and instead focus on getting some food. Little inefficient that, and I can't even handle little inefficiencies here. I want the 1 hour of you plucking coal before you go over here, because from 6 till 7 it's still minus 40. Bloody hell, I've just about had it with this. We need a new leader. How much more of this do we have to take? Well, the workers, you gotta bear the brunt of this. 7 of our workers have died, but 4 of the not workers have died. I don't like this distribution of pain. And it's 7 o'clock. Off goes the overdrive. Off goes the generator. Off these children trot. They go over here and they work that hothouse. 2.4 food per hour is actually pretty good, because that is triple that, and that's our food per hour. 7.2 food per hour. And since my people can go a long time without food, that's plenty of mouths fed. These people are probably sick and tired of their overtime shift, but too bad for them. Alright, I'm done keeping these people artificially alive. They need to die. Let's technically work this hothouse. But I still need that wood, so get to work. It's a damn shame that we have the steel. I wish you could click this and toggle what they collect. Because if they're collecting something that you don't have space for, it still chews up the speed at which they gather. And that's a big problem with running efficient jobs here. Phew. Okay, we got our heaters. Question time. What do we value next? And it's not faster gathering. I do value wall drill. I want wall drill a lot, but I'm probably going to need steam hub. Let me think a bit about our House of Healing. House of Healing has base 2 heating, so it's chilly at minus 40. It needs 3 levels of heating to keep it good at minus 70. I have 1 with the heaters. I'd have another one with the steam hub, but I'd need 1 more level of heating. And that would probably be generator power upgrade, even though that's pretty pricey. I could just as better get improved heaters and keep people barely functionally alive through the power of faith healing. It's tempting. I'm not really overly familiar with the game, says Aldiris. Is there a lose condition besides everyone dying? Yes, you can be either executed or expelled from the city, which is just delayed execution, if you keep discontent too high or hope too low for 2 days. And my discontent is high and my hope is low, so I am constantly living on a knife edge here. I think investing in the steam hub is a good way forward for me right now, even though I really want the wall drill. I desperately need the wood for it. However, we have people with wood, and they'll be back in a couple of days. So if you just tough it out and get me that steam hub as soon as we have a shred more wood. Clunk. Get me that steam hub, please. Because I'll likely need to set up a steam hub here to war, or here, I don't know what the spacing's like. Yeah, I don't know where everything ends here. Okay, well, we'll figure it out. Might need one around here that heats up 2 houses of healing, potentially a hothouse. But yeah, we'll see where everything fits in. Do you have workers for the wall drill? Of course I don't, but I'm going to need to juggle my people around our needs. Just like I've been juggling between getting wood and steel and coal and feeding. And even researching. I pulled research. I never pull research, okay? It is the one way you keep going forward. But if you don't have the materials for it, you just can't keep going. To the point where I really wish I'd pulled these guys back earlier. That 100 wood would have served me amazing by now, but nope. Oh god. Okay, who's dead now? A child, so goodbye hope. Just in time for the generator to fall off. Alright, we'll have a engineer oversee these children. It's not a mechanic, I'm just using that in my head canon. And I'm probably going to heat these places. Well, I will heat these places, I'm doing it right now, to prevent deaths. Not prevent, but at least slightly lower the rate of these children and engineers getting sick. Because they're the guys that I need not sick and dying. Also, I want a shrine. I have ages to keep these promises. Hopefully the 100 wood gets back in time for that. Is there really nothing more pressing than erecting shrines? Shrines will remind people that their work has higher purpose. Wish we could build structures out of these dead people. There are plenty of those. Snow-covered supplies is just food, but huzzah, it's circle of stones. Get there as soon as you can, please. We need those people. They're going to be hungry, sure, but I would always like to get more people. Even if they're all sick and hungry, I go ugh when they arrive and they're sick and hungry, but trust me, it's good. Worker, 2 engineers just bought it. Where were those engineers? Were they both over there? I guess so. It's the only way that makes sense. A shrine made from corpses might not raise hope too much, says Aldiris. Come on, graveyards raise hope, and they're mostly made out of corpses. Okay, I don't like the way this is going, but I can't think of a better way. Discontent goes down, but so does hope. Worker, worker, child. Damn it, we have lost 8 of our 30 starting laborers. Oh, it's borderline acceptable. Let's go. Snowbound Dreadnought will get a steel and steam cores, but people's what I need. Frozen Hulk will get a steel, but god do I need that wood. to the point where I'm actually going to bring you back from there, even though there's tons of steel to be had in Frozen Hulk. But I need the wood. I need the wood to make the wall drill to make the wood. I do have a good amount of steel, and I'll certainly have even more good amounts of steel from getting this Hulk, this snowbound dreadnought. Yeah, yeah, this steel is amazing, but I'm gonna have to pass it up in terms of short-term wood. Then again, if I just make it to wall drill, all my wood problems are gone. Because I'll have the influx of people from Circle of Stones, they can work on there, Wood problem is solved. Will you send out scouts during storms to reduce the strikers? No, because that would cost a lot of wood. 40 a pop. And who's got that to spare? Dang. Alright, I can't think of a good reason to wait here. It's going to be a day and 7 hours and another day. Okay, it's 3 days until he's back with the wood. 1, 2, 3. He's back with the wood just in time for us to eat that. That's going to be minus 50, which is going to be a bit nippy for our tents. So I need to have the generator on at all times. 4 people died. Worker, child, worker, engineer. 10 of our 30 workforce are dead. Also, we're out of food and people are hungry. Very hungry. Cold homes, I really can't do anything for you on that one, Chief. Those starving people are going to eat our raw food. And I don't have the wood to... yeah, it's that lack of wood. Damn, I should have pulled these guys back when they had 96 wood. Which, thinking about it, was here. Pull them back, put them out, but... I wanted people. I was greedy for people. Well, we're not dead yet. We're just dying. I don't have coal income either, so every time this thing's on, it's burning a hole in my wallet. You really need to know what is going to be your problem and get the laws to tackle that. Jake is very good in that, I think, says Avartitia. I don't know, I'm not feeling too good about this run. It feels like death is right around the corner. The food hurts, the wood hurts. I really want to research wood drill next, but it's going to cost this wood, which I'm not getting. But I also need to erect a cookhouse, or else I'm not going to have the food to feed my starving people. I hate to say it, but I think the only choice is to send my children on a 24-hour... It costs food rations to do that. Oh. Yes, it does. Okay, backup thought. We only have 55 people. A bunch of them are going to die soon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm going to kill this, build a food place, have that work 24 hours, and then get on this gathering post. Also, I'm not using this, so medical post is going away as well. We need to really get every scrap of wood we can. Discontent, that can be dealt with. It's also minus 30, so the cookhouse will barely function. Get to work, you bums. There we go. Jings, at this point it's not even worth doing either of those things. As in, it's not worth the 24-hour shift on this, because it's only 4 hours away that people will actually get to work and make me those rations. And we do have a bit of wood at this point, so this is survivable. Can you make the food place work 24 hours without ration? Oh yeah, that's another point. I can't do that either. Oh well, hopefully these starving people hold out. 19 out of 30 workforce now. It's going from grim to grimmer. To even grimmer than Grimsby. Just don't eat my raw food, you starving peasants. Downside is when I make this food, all these hungry people are going to eat it, and I'm not putting it there for them to eat. We demand a lot of our people, and for what? A few days more? Correct. The writing's on the wall for our captain. Well, at the rate of deaths, I'm inclined to agree. And I'm not going to get the wood I need to make my houses of prayer, because that costs a ton of wood. No, don't be like that. I can build my houses of prayer. I will do what I can to build my houses of prayer. Building 2 hothouses was a mistake. I don't need this wood right now. I can build it later at a cost of 5 wood, but that wood is more useful to me now because I can invest it in what exactly? The wall drill, in time for the Circle of Stones people to come and use it. Alright, we've got our scraps of food made. I still need more scraps of food if I'm going to survive much longer though. So please continue to make me scraps of food. Please continue to get me that wood and stuff. Workforce so low. Alright, House of Healing. I will eventually build one, I swear, but it costs everything. I still think you got very good grasp at what you need. It's just a very hard challenge, this of Artesia. It's not the hardest challenge, it's not as hard as Utopia, but it certainly has its challenges, this. Natural healing is slower, but it does no harm, as God intended. I don't have the 35 freaking wood it takes to make the thing, but I will soon. There we go. This shrine should be erected pretty much as soon as possible. I'll slap it there. It'll get the workshop and the hothouse working better. I want these guys to be finished though. I might just force a 24-hour shift tonight. Discontent is too high to not do it. But what I'll do is I'll have these guys do this. Hopefully they're done today, as in they finish all of this so I can dismantle it all. And then 24-hour shift is on the hothouse tonight. However, coal is running super low, so instead of making food right now, we'll have you get us some coal. Wall drill, please. I need wood so badly. It hurts. Coal I can still get plenty of. Look, we got 3 piles of coal. That's 1,500, more than we would even know what to do with. 118 coal can apparently last us for 4 days, and I say I could squeeze that out for longer. But we're going down to minus 40, and we will never see it warmer than minus 40 ever again after day 8. Can you make a food place work for 24 hours without rations? I cannot. However, I'm hoping that my rations last long enough to get this place going. I can't afford to dismantle my cookhouse anymore, I think. 19 workforce. It's pitiful. And a lot of deaths to come. And I need 60 wood. For my houses of prayer. I just temporarily need the wood. I can tear them down and put them back up. Or I will probably only keep one that will encapsulate all of these. Or as many of these as I can. But I need to build 2 to keep my promise. The shrines I can also build and tear down, but there's less of a time limit on those. I got an extra 12 hours on the Houses of Prayer here. Steel wreckage is done, so now these guys are focusing entirely on the wood. They'll be done in 7 hours. Their shift is only 7 hours long, so that works out fine. Get to work, kiddos. And the coal is coming in a very technical sense. No doubt I'm the 100th person to ask this, says Dark Young. Okay, before you... Well, you've already asked, but let's use your incredible powers of... How did people die there? Hopefully they're just sick. Long hours of toil. Get back to work. What do you think workers don't work means? When you also combine it with the fact that I have all these workers that aren't working. See if you can answer your own question there. Is this the second attempt? It is. And it might be the second or third the way things are looking here. No wood, no coal. Decent steel. Survivable food. That food could get us through like 3 or 4 days at my incredibly impoverished feeding rates. However, our workforce is dwindling, my liege. Well, one of these engineers are about to buy it. 2 more are about to buy it here. That's 3 dead. 4, 5, 6, 7 of our 19 force are about to die. Of our 18 force are about to die. Okay. They're almost done there at least. Oh dear God, save me, Circle of Stones. That's a staggering 23 workforce, and I need them all. Get them back to the city. Replace the dead. I think the scouts can save the hope situation, actually. But I don't want to eat the discontent of not having built my houses of prayer. Soon we'll have that wood. Uh-oh, people are desperate. They talk openly of overthrowing me. Nonsense. We can win. Bong, bong, bong. These guys aren't done yet. Oh God, and they're not nearly done either. Don't rest. I need that work done, damn it. That isn't going to be done today anyway, so get to work. 5.3 per hour for 2 hours-ish. Might not be enough. I don't think it will be. Urgent need for treatment. I could open a house of healing straight away. Well, it's gonna be built eventually. This one gives me 3 days to admit a third of the sick. I like it. I can mortgage my problems for longer. I know I keep pestering about faster gathering, but with so few people, would the boost be... Think proportionally. No, it would not. It would give me 15% extra of 15 people. No, faster gathering will not help this run. I stand by that. It's getting pretty chilly. Let's get the heating on for a bit. A wee touch nip it, I dare say, can. And I can open a house of healing. It's really hard to judge the distances here. 1, 2. How many wide is this thing anyway? Is that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Clunk. And that should be enough space to still build a hot house here. Clunkaroo. I would have rather had it back here though. I don't like the positioning, but it's not very expensive to move them around if the need arises. For example, I'd rather have it there and there and there and there. But you get all of these, which is quite nice. So this will have to do for now. This will function even in -40. In -50 it needs a heater on. And I'm going to do the unthinkable and start treating my sick. I knew I'd build that little bit of road for a reason. That'll help us out. Might sound like I'm being a bit daft, but I'm absolutely not. Okay, good enough. One bit of wood I'm not going to cry over. Those who laugh for 1 unit of wood cry for it too. That saves me 8 wood on all of that. Maybe I'm going to wish I had that road later on, but I want the wood now. Going to get my House of Healing operational. I will provide care for 7 people. I hope it doesn't mean I actually have to heal them, because that isn't happening. Perhaps before building this, I should build my 2 houses of prayer, so I can actually keep my promise. But I'll probably just tear them down immediately. I know hope is an issue, but crumbs, I can't calculate this very well. Hothouse, hothouse, no hothouse. House of prayer. Thunk. Bit more thunk. No, and yeah, bit more wood, but we'll get the wood from dismantling this. Could also get wood from dismantling that, but it would cost me later down the line. Also, it's time for a 24-hour shift, but do I really want hothouse rations? Kind of. But I also want coal. I want it all, and I want it now, but I think we're going to call it for the... Get to work. What do you mean you're disposing of corpses? There's more important things to do. There'll be more corpses if you don't get us some food. Oh snap, I need to build more than just one. I need to build 2 of these things. But the second one I'm just going to tear down. This is just to keep my promise. Good thing about these workers, all 19 of them, is that they will get building. Building isn't working. Okay. There we go. Houses of prayer built. Let's raise the roof with a sermon, and god damn it, give me some hope. Does a man have to do to keep the hope alive? I'm gonna tear this down for starters. Something weird happening with the calculation of who has access to these, but there we go. Dang it, dang it, dang it. And this one dies, that's kaput for you. However, the power of shrines, when I get this wood back, will solve my problems. Coal, steel, 2 steam cores, get back. All that stuff is precious, but by God I need that wood. Yeah, another death. Okay, what I can also do is build the shrines to keep my everything alive, but I could also build the House of Prayer. And the House of Prayer kind of double whammies pretty well. And I want it for the other arrivals, probably more so than the shrines. So let's get this erected here and now for tonight. People are working on it straight away, which is good. Going to dispose of a... Can we just stop with the corpse disposal? Unless you're bringing them straight to the hothouse, don't bother. Good grief, that's a lot of resources gone. Oh, why am I not overdriving for the night? Okay, now, if I have any people left, I could have them work here, but... Of those who are sick, how many of them are my precious workers? 1, 2, 3. I'm not sure 3 of them's worth worrying about when it's 3 out of 9. Then again, if I leave these guys, they're going to get horrifically sick. So maybe I should start with treating them. But it would eat up 10 people. Noticeably, 10 people are what are keeping my hothouse alive here. I could pull them all though. I could pull every last one of them. I think I will. We can deal with death care now. Maybe I shouldn't be pulling this when the temperature is about to fall even further. And we're not getting those extra people until tonight. Treat or... Hang on, where's that wood? I needed wood for the wall drill, which is about to be researched. Sunk it all in this stupid house of prayer. I'm probably going to have to demolish it to get the wood to build the wall drill. But I need my hope dealt with first. Everything's feeding into each other. Okay. Food might look grim, but it's not the biggest problem we have. So, thanks for getting us that 13 food. Let's House of Healing Care. Get the hope. Get hope restored. Say, wow, you did a great job. Do I care about all these people enough to drag them in even more? Not right now, I don't. So let's keep this going. So now the hope problem is considerably gone, which means I can dismantle you. This is just costing me 5 wood and 2 steel, because I'll need to rebuild it, but I need that wood for the wall drill, because the wall drill solves the wood problem. I need to build a road to the wood drill. You can destroy 2 tents for wood, potentially, but I'm bringing in a lot of people, and I need tents for those people. It's a shame you don't have the wood with you. Okay, everyone keeping strong. They're busy disposing of corpses that they really shouldn't be doing, frankly, but I don't control every aspect of these people's lives, sadly. Let's keep the workshop heated so that the engineers there are less likely to get sick. One of them already is. No, I guess they're not. But I have 3 of my workforce sick here. Somebody is now gravely ill. It's Walter. Walter is a worker. That's fine. Hopefully he dies. And I mean that in the nicest of ways. Alright, never thought it would happen, but wall drill get. Downside is I need to be able to get there. I can't wait a day to get the road to get to there. I need 4 wood. Oh my god, the desperation. You got your wall drill, Jake. What did it cost you? Oh, you don't want to know. There. You can dismantle the scouts for a couple of hours. No, I need that stuff built now. 24-hour shift on hothouse, lovely. There's going to be another 24-hour shift on the wall. I don't have the engineers for that. Speaking of not having the engineers, oh god, more people are horrifically sick, including an engineer. It's going to be a fair bit of death soon. Question is there something I'd rather have built right now or researched or something? I need this upgrade. But it might be more worth my time to have these engineers ensure that we're able to stay warm down the line, so I'll have them help out in the gathering. If they're not busy building. Why are they building? They're building roads, probably. Because even though I've treated the workers as a fat lot of free labor, we are pretty short on them. They're still going to build? Please don't tell me engineers are part of this. They are. Dang. There we go. That gets them to work. Plenty of people about to die. I'd probably rather they died, to be honest, because that clears a lot of workers. Workers that eat and do other things that they shouldn't be allowed to do. I imagine this is what you've always wanted this game to feel like, Jake. Desperate. Oh, it is desperate. This is an extremely desperate situation. Low food, low coal, no wood. I've already used up 2 steam cores. People are freezing and it's only going to get colder. But there's a bit of respite. We're going to... Let's see, we're down to 15 and we're turbo injecting with... Okay, we're going to have more workers than we started with. I mean, people that can actually work come the end of this. Working day and night. People are questioning the need for so many emergency shifts. They understand our situation requires hard work from everyone. But do we really have to rely on heroic efforts so often? Yes! Yes, we do! We desperately need... Oh, you call that slightly? Good grief. Alright, I want this wave of sick people dead before I start up the next round of healthcare. Because sick people like that chew up the beds for too long. Alright, we've got a wall drill. That wall drill is eating a 24-hour shift. Surprise, surprise. With 8 engineers. Probably not so big surprise, surprise. Food is not a problem right now. Kids, work the coal mine. Engineers, work this. For as long as you humanly can. Probably just give you extended shift. Maybe I can get by without 24-hour shifting the wall drill. I mean, 9.6 wood per hour is phenomenal at this point. How dare those workers breathe our precious smoky air, says Avartitia. The workers can die in a pit here. We've lost half our workers. We've also lost half of everybody else, showing that sickness is fairly indiscriminatory, unless you have healing areas. Now, nice thing is, I can build another house of healing, and I might even build a 3rd house of healing, just to guarantee the well-being of our children and our workers. Even without children working all jobs, they can work here. I think I didn't know that before, which sounds like a strange sentence, but I really think I didn't know that before. Sadly, an engineer just died. 7 are sick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them are not our own beloveds, but... Alright, couple hours and then the backup arrives. Good, more death.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
The 2 that are not super sick are a worker and another worker. So I guess it's fine to start this thing operating now-ish. Which means some of these terminally ill people, worker, worker, child. Not sure that child is enough to justify saving the workers. What a strange reversed approach on do no harm. Wait, is it do no harm? What's the phrase that doctors and other medical professions should keep to heart? There is a phrase for it. I think do no harm is more like National Guard. Don't know, I don't claim to know things that I blatantly don't know. I will, however, get that heating on. Do no harm, Jake. The Hippocratic Oath. There we go, thank you. Sometimes you gotta do harm to do no harm, though. Alright, it's law o'clock. What do we get? Evening prayers are kinda nice because they will allow me to lower discontent and raise hope at the touch of a button. However, organ transplants will make people recover faster. However, what I should really do is make my way towards overcrowding. That's the superpower. But organ transplants are better for now. Because I don't have so many people that will get that many sick, I think.
New law in the city.
And I still think with such small numbers, organ harvesting is more efficient. There we go, finally! People! People bring Lord discontent and new hope because they're not as jaded as everybody else. Kids, I don't want getting sick because sick kids kill. Sick kids kill. Good way of putting it. So, the kids will work in the House of Healing. How did somebody die from that? Really? How did someone die from that? Well, a worker died. Fair enough. They were like, "Oh, I can have healing now. I guess I'll just go and lay in the snow pit." That's where he was heading anyway. Engineers, please, for the love of God, I need that. I need that wood so badly. 24-hour shift, no questions asked. We also have more engineers. Well, get to work there. 24-hour shift beckons, but I don't have the resources. I do want this though. I want this a lot. I also want this a lot because it'll allow me to go full automated, which I also really need. But without coal production, maybe generator power is not worth our time. The downside is I have a lot of unemployed bums that I have to feed now. And I'm not going to keep them as dead so easily now that I have the House of Healing and no good way to differentiate our beloved workforce. To people who watch these either live or on the VODs, they must go, Jesus, Jake agonizes over the tech tree for so long, but these decisions are so key. These decisions lock you in, often for at least a day. And if you take the wrong swerve, you have to backpedal hard and pull a lot of resources to make things work, and sometimes it's just not enough. I think this is even bigger than choosing laws. Generator power strongly tempts me, but it's going to eat a lot of coal that I don't have, and I barely even have my generator on to begin with. Drafting machines will let me unlock better heating. I still have plenty of coal, we don't have to worry about that right now. As in, I can access it through my... That is so tempting, those drafting machines. You might think steel works. You might not be wrong, because I do need more steel. But we're about to get a fat lot of steel in. And I know where there's more. However, radio station also has some and will unlock more interesting things. What I truly want is to get the next tier of technology, then increase the speed of my scouts, because the storm arrives in 5 days. I'm not sure that's good enough. I do need steel, but you are bringing back 71 of the stuff. And I do still have steel on the map here, another 60 is just lying there in the snow. It's not easy, but I really think I'm going to get drafting machines. It'll allow the House of Healing to function, even in the coldest of cold. I don't like not using my emergency shift though. If I can, then why don't I? That's a good way to look at it. Maybe. Well, I could always pluck coal for 24 hours. Yeah, get to it. They say they're discontent, I say what do I care? Because I don't. I want that wood coming out, and I want it out faster. I'm going to shrine up right there, so that I know I can build more things here that benefit from the shrine. And... I'm going to shrine up here as well. Safe in the knowledge that I'm probably going to de-shrine it soon. And I know if I put a gathering post here, it eats the shrine and can consume that steel, and I will want that steel. And I can dismantle this shrine once the gathering is done to have only spent 2 wood and 2 steel on it, and building that will get me, and I need to build it fast, will get me dealt with this. Okay, borderline surviving here. Cookhouse will still operate with a heater for 1 more day, so we got that going for us as well. Let's keep it going. Jake, so is Piece of the Past viable in this run to get rid of those dirty workers? Yes, I could kill off the workers that way, but it would take a long time for me to be comfortable at that point. And if I... oh, please tell me that wasn't somebody I care about. It was a child. Almost don't want the words to come out of my mouth, but I do care about the children's lives in this run. When children die, they hit hope hard, and they can pluck steel and coal and wooden wreckage as hard as any engineer can. Alright, the shrines are built. Oh, we're getting somewhere. I really thought our goose was cooked, but we're getting somewhere here. We'll get somewhere a bit better if I actually have homes for my people. Oh yeah, remember all that wood that I pooled? I can have it back now. Alright, we do have people that are going to build it. Excellent. Let's be warm through the night, relatively speaking. Let's have these people heated with a heater so they're not freezing as well. There. There we go. There we go. It's not amazing. It's not even good, but it's survivable. I need that piece of wood cleared off the map at some point. Child labour all jobs, Jake. Not necessary. In fact, not even desirable. The only reason I ever take child labour all jobs is so that children build and deconstruct, which is very handy. Adds a lot of people to the ability to do that. But my workers do that. That's their only thing that they can do, because they certainly can't work. There we go. Oh, that's good. That is so good. You have no idea how difficult it was getting to this point, and we're only 9 days in. Maybe you do have an idea, in which case, good job. But this is so hard. Thank God for House of Healing. Food, Jake. Yeah, food will be an issue real soon, but that's what I have the cookhouse for. Yeah, I mean, people are going to eat from it anyway. Let's get our remaining people, hopefully they're not all sick, and they will make the sawdust burgers for everybody. And now sawdust isn't a problem, because even if my children and engineers get sick, that's exactly what I have the House of Healing for. Downside is I've never gone into a storm with such low working population. 35 people is grimbo. Have we found the hardest run so far? This is still not harder than Utopia. Utopia didn't have me fixing my wood problem with a touch of a button. Put it that way. Alright, good job. 5 of you can return to the glorious life of researching drafting machines, please. Double time it. And with the coal situation, I think I can keep the generator on for a bit. Amazingly, the cookhouse gets the extra boost from working near a shrine, which is lovely. These engineers are going to run out of stuff to do real soon. And I need that coal. How much coal do I consume? 200 a day. Yikes. The stuff I have around here is only going to last 5 days, and that's not even looking into the storm. Also, that storm's going to take this down to cold, very cold, freezing, so I need the increase of generator power to prevent people from needing prosthetics. At least the population's relatively low, so 1 overcrowded House of Healing probably could do it. With a combination of transplants and shrines, might be able to see through people. However, it doesn't change the fact that I need my What do you mean I'm out of steel? The hell did I spend all my steel on? Don't tell me it was this piece of junk. Oh, the steel guy isn't back yet. Thank God, I thought we'd spent that 71 steel. Alright, I'll be back soon. I'll get my gathering posts up and running. Can you sum up why it is so hard? For someone like me who doesn't have the knowledge about the game, it doesn't really compare. Maybe compare it with what you have or usually have. Okay, you're playing Dungeon Keeper. Your enemy gets a limit of 40 creatures. You get a limit of 8. That's the difficulty here. The bulk of your people are workers, just standard workers. They work the general jobs, and we don't get to use them at all. Just now, Mike says, I see, thanks. I took a shot in the dark and assumed that you knew Dungeon Keeper. Seemed like a reasonable guesstimate. Alright, 135 rations. Looks great, but it's not great enough. I need the hothouse producing. And once these guys are done here, and they'll be done in a couple hours, they will also help out in the hothouse. Just say the bulk of your, yeah, they're like my diplomats, French. Alright, we got the steel. By God, we got the steel. Now, do I want more people or do I want more steel? Steel is very important to me right now. And I'm very tempted to go to the Frozen Hulk because I know it has a lot of steel. Since I actually know that it's there, it's probably worth that trip. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days... And we have 4, almost 5 before the storm hits. I want that steel. Knowing that I have an extra 60 steel here is pretty good as well. I just don't have the workforce to pluck it out. But I do want an automaton by the time the storm hits, or even during the storm. But by God, research has been slow and crappy. I'm gonna smash down another emergency shift on these guys. Their compliance is mandatory. Okay, but what does this steel mean? It means more steel, because I'm going to harvest the steel that's over there. Unfortunately, minus 50 is not very conducive for actual gathering, but that just means that it sucks to be these guys. I'm going to need that coal. Yes. I'm also going to need this coal. Also, yes. I'm gonna move this gathering post so it's touching this street. Then I can remove a bit of the street and just shave every little bit of wood. Even though the wood situation is, I wouldn't say solved, but certainly being solved. I'm not out of the woods yet, so I'm still cutting back everywhere I can. 3, 2, 1, and then you help out with the food crisis. The raw food crisis, at least. There we go. Mecha worker rush. Yeah, that's difficult to rush because there's so many expenses involved with them. But I'm working on drafting machines. I don't strictly need the upgraded heater until... Oh, a long way away. Great. Then yes, we are autonomous rushing. If I get even one automation running, that replaces our workforce enormously. It's like increasing my industrial capacity by 1/3. Which means I need this and I need factory. Both expensive on steel and wood, but that's exactly why I thought I was setting up this gathering post here. Alright, let's actually do this one by the books. I'm going to take this road out 1, 2, 3, and then smack the gathering post there so it's adjacent, and then I save one of the wood parts by destroying that, and it's still adjacent to road. Part of me is wondering if I should really be making both of these. This is kind of future-proofing, which I shouldn't be doing right now, but I'm doing it anyway. so that I don't forget about it. This is more like an anti-me strat than anti-game. But with this, I have everything that I could want gathered off the map built for, and we can double check that with a gathering post. Everything's highlighted. Once upon a time it didn't highlight, and that's groovy. Okay, thank the Lord that this came together. Get a steel place ready. Oh, dying old man. Oh, damn. Molly Horton. Sir, a dying old man has written a letter to you from the House of Healing. I will die a good death in due time, not in pain. And I don't know, any death around here is probably pretty painful. I think they worked here. Alright, so my workforce has swollen from 30 to 34. That's amazing. That's over a 10% increase in workforce. Alright. Oh, not alright. And it's about to get colder. It's about to get a whole lot colder. Yeah, I'm smashing this 24-hour shift. We need to rush those mecha workers. Mecha workers cost wood and steel and coal and steam core, but they're going to pay off, and I'm actually going to make him gather. I can't think of a better thing that he could do than gather. Gathering's cold as balls, man. Okay, big downside to what's happening. I can't use the hothouse for a couple of days, but we have more than enough raw food to see through day 10 and 11. By building 2 more houses of healing, you can make sure 30 of your workforce never get sick. Yes, this is true, and this is something I'm considering, but that would mean they're tied up in the houses of healing when I might really want them working through the night. It also means I gotta keep those houses of healing rolling. But I have another approach that I think you're going to appreciate, Asilkur, and we're going to be seeing that during the storm. So ready yourself for that. I think it's going to be a stroke of relative genius. Also, why in the world did I have 10 children working here when they're only saving the life of 1 worker? Get your scrawny little butts to work. I even need them heated, right? They're going to be safe and secure in the House of Healing. I need to keep a closer eye on that. Oh god, the person they were meant to be healing is now gravely sick. That's fine, just let them die. Hopefully they die before midnight tonight. Are you ready for the Steam Core Seizing Hazard? That would be the biggest kick in the unmentionables. Damn, that and Rotten Roots. I am monstrously susceptible to both. And that's a 2 in 9 chance. Rotting roots will reduce the efficiency of hothouse by 90%. So will steam core seizing, and the hothouse is my only source of food. It would be not insurmountable, but very, very, very bad. I would have to rush to build like 2 more hothouses, shrine them, and have them work constantly with a workforce that I don't have just to feed my people. So a lot of people would starve. Also, yes, we are full on wood. They're still in the middle of their 24-hour shift. I don't want to interrupt them. I would rather build stuff with that monstrous amount of wood that they've produced for me. And that is certainly including a church. Right here, that gets most people. Good enough. It's kind of in the way of that, which makes it not make a lot of sense, but I would just put my heat source 1 bit higher. That will deal with hope massively. Okay, drafting machines. That means it is time for the Factroy. It's a lot of steel eaten up by this thing. 35 steel. But we should get more steel coming in from this and from this. Also, I said I'd smack that 24-hour shift on you, so get back to work. You don't need to ever treat anyone, though. Just put the kids in the House of Healing before da-da-da-da-da. You're getting there, Asilkur. You're getting there. In fact, you've kind of already gotten there. You're spoiling the surprise. How dare you? Alright, kiddos, get back. Ah, there we go. Hope boosted massively by the re-erection of the House of Prayer. These guys can't work here anymore, so I need to find a better suited job for them, and I do really want that steel, so I'll have them work here. Long shifts as usual, and yeah, it's going to be incredibly cold, but that's, yeah, it's minus 40, it's meant to be cold. I am chock full of wood right now, though. I don't actually need you working there. I am not chock full of coal. I will probably have you work here. I'm very tempted to erect another shrine right here, though, so that this works even faster. Probably worth it, 20% faster. So we are getting people sick through the night. It's fine if it's fewer than 20 in total at this point. And it looks like it's a lot fewer than 20. There we go. And the last thing I passed must have been organ transplant. The next thing I'm going to do is sustain life, and then overcrowded. Why sustain life instead of radical treatment? Because we won't ever need radical treatment with the House of Healing around. You might say then, why sustain life? Is all I say to that. I feel like the House of Healing still amputates people if there is a medical post around, even if the medical post doesn't function. I know I've seen that happen. And I've been mystified because the whole point of this is that it safely treats the gravely ill, rather than having to lop off their limbs. Don't get me wrong, many of them deserve to have their limbs lopped off, but I need a functional workforce here. Tempting to throw down a second factory so I can have that thing working 24/7 constantly. I got space for it right here. And I can't think of a better thing to put there. A house, maybe, but okay, House of Healing can no longer function in such conditions. Question is, who is sick? And the answer is probably some of the people that I want to treat. Yeah, like children and engineers. So unfortunately, I will have to heat this place to keep it going. In fact, I will heat all the places currently being worked on or in or whatnot. Even the workshop, because that's chilly in there. Rotting roots have turned this up to 11. I'm 4, says Shiakhume. I'm not. It would super suck for me. Question is though, should I consider going further here? This is the perfect nice guy level. Evening prayers as well. Maybe even the temple. Then it starts getting a bit yeah, and then you go faith keepers, and it's whoa. I like to keep my faith laws pretty conservative. Sustain life. Discontent will rise slightly and slightly. They both raise hope and rise discontent as well, but we'll go with sustaining those lives. Just people are never happy. On the plus side, in 17 hours we get overcrowding, which is the strongest law there is. You pass overcrowding and it's like, well, I guess I'll never have to worry about medical care again. Why take up beds with all these goners? What does Field Kitchen do? It improves the heat level of adjacent work buildings by 1, not including medical facilities, but it costs food and workforce to work it, so it's a very poor trade in my view. But that's just my view. I've been wrong before. I'm not wrong now, but I could be wrong again in some hypothetical day. Alright, we have got ourselves the factory. That's very good. What else is good? Lighter scout sleds tempt me because they only cost wood. And we can have that, actually, before the storm, which means you can go and do a whole lot more. So I think I will actually get ourselves some lighter scout sleds, because think, what else would I be getting? There's plenty of work for everybody to do right now. I don't have the steel for many investments. I want improved heaters, but I don't need it until the storm. These two I want by the storm. Is there anything else I want by the storm? Yeah. We can thump coal, although I'd rather mine coal. Yeah, we'll actually go coal mining, because I can stick an automaton on it and forget about coal for a long time. Yeah, so we'll get these lighter scout sleds going. Thunk, just in time to hit up the radio station. Also, it's going to take you 14 hours to do that. That smells like emergency shift o'clock to me. I was just thinking, dang, I do not have the steel to erect my giant metal monstrosity. Oh well, there we go. It's only 5 steel to erect a workshop, thank God. Radio station, extra steel. Thank goodness. Empty shelter. There's nothing in it, but there could be stuff beyond it. It's going to take 24 hours to get there. Then you get one more stop, and then it's home. To the point where I think, is faster light scout sleds even a good investment at this point? And then I think, why am I thinking? Just do. Whew. I've seen many people say that child shelters or care houses are good. I've never seen anyone say field kitchens are good. Field kitchens are terrible. Care houses are great. Yeah, child shelters, ugh. Child labour is just so much better than child education. And you can't convince me otherwise. Child education, after a large investment that needs to be maintained and heated, you get a lovely bonus to efficiency of either researching, which is finite, you'll be done with it eventually, or to House of Healing, but only during the daytime. So for about 60-70% of the functional time of a healing area, okay, not that high, let's say 60%, you don't get the bonus. Alternatively, you could have the children work where these people would otherwise be working and then have more of them. It's just... no, man. I can't even wrap my head around the logic that says child shelters are worth anybody's time. Okay, the people in treatment, tell me about them. Ugh, there's an engineer. But once the engineer is better, I can kick all the other ones to the curb. But that's probably a bad idea. We'll just fix them all up. It won't take long. Actually, no, let's look at it another way. The engineer is better now. The other's getting better. These kids can put a good few hours into plucking something out of somewhere. Here. This is what they can do. And then I can bring them back in the evening. They'll finish off the people that were still unwell and then deal with the others. Like charcoal kilns, right? Charcoal kilns. Ugh. They're just there to get you through frozen ground if you don't have steam cores or the like. But we have 3 steam cores. I feel like the guy with 3 PS3s right now. It is tempting to go hothouse crazy so that we have enough food to see us through the storm, but I don't think we'll need a lot of food. This one cookhouse operating for these 2 days, potentially with an autonomous machine doing it, will be enough. But that's assuming that we have our big autonomous friend. Factoid is getting erected. I'm throwing it next to a shrine, and otherwise fairly out of the way. Good enough. I'm not satisfied with that, actually. This factory could be useful down the line, and I will probably want to dismantle this thing when there's nothing else that it really helps, because this shrine helps with you, and you'll eventually run out of steel. So cookhouse does not really benefit much from shrine. It's already a lightning fast operation. So I think I will have it up here. Yeah, I feel a bit better about that. Yeah, a lot better about that, because this shrine will always be here. Well, it'll probably always be there. Finally catch the captain leading us live and not on the YouTube, says Weird Bob 1199. Well, welcome. I'm glad you have ascended from the life of being a YouTube scrub. It must be pretty tiring the way I look down on YouTube viewers. I mean, they are the bulk of who watches this stuff, okay? Hundreds might tune in live, but thousands tune in on YouTube. And yet, this disgust is manifested through reading every single one of the YouTube comments. I read them all, and people often try to catch me out with that, with making weird comments here and there, and I do read them, and I do see it. Why do I do that? Sometimes I don't know myself, but I do it, and it's just disparaging at times. Not that it's particularly bad towards me, it's just so low quality, and so rife with memes. But Jake, the real question is, who gives you more money? Well, definitely not the YouTube scrubs. That's hard to say, right? They could be doing other things behind the scenes. But it's not about the money, right? That's what I continue to say even now. Even now that it all depends on the money. What a life. What a hell of a life. Okay, we have our factory. However, we do not have the steel to get it going. In fact, we don't have the steel even once this gathering post is done. That's only going to take us to 74. I could dismantle this shrine, but that still wouldn't be enough. I need more steel. And that's what you're off to get me from that frozen Hulk. Get over there. There's no other source of steel. No matter what I build or unbuild. Unless I tore apart every shrine. If I tore apart every shrine, I would get 3 times 8. 3 8s, as everyone knows, is 24, taking us to... and with this demolished... Yeah, I could just barely make an automaton. After that, I think I'm going to shove my everything into making a steel... steelworks, so I can actually have... some steel incoming. Alright. Kids are done here. The kids will tend to the needy. And don't know where I was gonna go out with that. I was thinking like need to the tendies, but that didn't work either. What about you guys? I feel like I'm wasting away by not thumping down on our 24-hour shift. It's not like people are that unhappy, comparatively so. Well, these guys are going to be unhappy because they're about to be told to work another 24-hour shift. I built you a new workshop. Yay! You have to work 24 hours here as well. What? Get to work. I want those scout sleds. I want the steel mill. Both of them probably, but I don't have the workforce to work 2 of them. Rebirth of faith. People have started to visit the House of Prayer. There aren't many of them yet. Yeah, that's because there aren't many people. Alright, we'll keep it going. We can survive. 24-hour shift is nothing. When I was young, we did 24-week shifts. Thank you, Gursita Slayer. Your words are inspiring. Hopefully it inspires my people to work harder. Because God knows they need to. Ah, there we go. Massive speed up on the scouts. You'll get there and then back, and you might be able to check out more things there before the storm hits. Or so I hope. Right, I still need these 2 desperately, but I need to have the steel going during the storm anyway, and this only costs wood to build. I don't know what kind of steel mill operates with only wood, but this one evidently. I mean, it's got to be a gameplay abstraction there. If it costs steel to generate steel, then you'd fall into a death trap. Still, this will be done in 12 hours. How much do I need that steel? I mean, you have some steel for me, but I'm waiting on those ones. Getting an automaton back is a pretty big deal. You know what else is a pretty big deal? Overcrowding, the greatest law. Sickness has become a non-issue now. Discontent is an issue, sure, but our sick will be crammed in like a poorhouse. Yes, Harry Beauclerk. Certainly more economical. People are pretty unhappy, but you just gotta roll with that, okay? People are always unhappy, especially these people. They're British. Just imagine being British. The coal that I have is not going to be working very pretty here. I need my mechanical machine by this time, if nothing, to grab the coal whilst everyone else freezes. During these I need somebody working here, but dang, I could do with some more survivors. People are furious, when are they not? But it's lots of negative effects that are going to get better over time, not worse. So they have no reason to be that unhappy. Once these kids have sung hymns to all the sick people, we'll get them out and working again. And once these people have brought me up to the wood cap, I'll bring them out as well. When in the next rift run coming, says my liege. Our next run on the rifts will be when I have a good idea for running on the rifts. I considered doing this on the rifts, and then I just considered how suicidal that is. I mean, I don't think I could ever. Large crater is survivors. All sorts of survivors. We can get there and back, and we'll have a fresh shipment of survivors to kill. I mean, house lovingly. Jake used to be a car salesman. Pitches of why his people should see the bright side of 24-hour shifts and 50 below zero that crack me up the most, says Dan Maku. Listen, these people would be dead without me. Granted, without me the workers might actually be working, but whilst people call my reign here brutal, almost to a hilarious degree, it's keeping them alive. Alright, once you're done here, I am tempted to repossess the engineers to actually boost my research efficiency to 100 and many more %, because the downside of them working here on that 24-hour shift is it's not within the range of the almighty shrine. Which is probably something I should have thought about earlier, but evidently did not. Let's dismiss the guy in treatment there. Let's dismiss the guy that's working there, bring him over here, and then plop this place, which is the more efficient one, is the one that's working throughout the day here, which is groovy. And it's also the one that gets the next 24-hour shift, because sucks to be them. You're out of materials, great. I'm going to disassemble you. I'm also going to disassemble you, because I really want that steel. That is 8 steel, 12 steel, bring me up to 86 steel, which means I need 14. I could disassemble both shrines, but I really don't want to disassemble both shrines. But I also don't want to wait to get my autonomous worker. So let's temporarily remove these shrines. It's only going to cost 2 wood and 2 steel to put them back, but it's all pretty worth. Damn, it is really not worth doing that to you, but I can't think of anything better to dismantle to get the steel. Yeah, sorry folks. Shrines are being repossessed. All to build a giant blood-curdling death machine. Blood-curdling? Dismantling should only be done by workers. Why would they still go and dismantle? Oh, also, yikes, that overdrive has been on way too much. I suppose there's also this thing that people are dismantling. Get to work. Workers are meant to be doing the building and unbuilding. Okay, 94, 102, 100. Pull all of you that I can, get the healthy ones, make me that automaton, please. Whew. Jake, how's the Polish castle land? Absolutely amazing. I'd encourage anybody to do it. I do encourage anybody to do it. And we have the steelworks, potential end to our steely troubles. I would love the steam steelworks as well, truth be told. Might even be worth the investment if I think I can squeeze it out to this. And I think I can. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think I can research 3 things if one of them is steamy steelworks. Because otherwise I'm sitting on my thumb to have enough steel to even do the other 2 things I want to research. So, steelworks, pretty please. Yeah, it's only 10 wood. No, it's more than 10 wood. Just 1 then. There she goes. Let's get the big guy operational, and actually, all things considered, probably have him creating steel for us. I don't know, there's a lot of jobs I can put the big Mungo to. All of them fairly necessary. We're also running out of food, which is pretty bad. We'll solve that problem tomorrow. But that does mean a lot of my people are going to be working on food. Also, I sent you a long way to get steel that I, in the end, didn't actually need. If only people could make custom maps and challenges in this game, says Malige. If only. Wait, I suddenly thought of good use for all this steel that I don't have. Discontent falls. I placated our people. I totally forgot that people wanted to oust me, so I'm glad it went away on its own. I have people that aren't working, which is unforgivable. But these guys are going to build. Please don't build when you could be working instead. Coal generation is becoming a problem, a real problem. That's another thing I want my automaton to do, but if I get steel I can get more automatons. Jake, Oblivious worked like Death Road to Canada with the discontent. Yeah, problems just went away on their own, they often do. Who's left sick here? Ah, 2 engineers. One of them's down for the count. He's going to be down for the next 7 hours. What it isn't worth is putting all of my children to work there. So let's just leave a couple of them and get the rest of those kidlets working here. There we go. Maximize the coal coming in, even though they are so cold out there. It sucks to be you. Hey, that means I can freely relocate my... I can freely relocate my shrine over here if I want to. And I think down the line it won't be a problem spamming shrines. It's not like I'm limited to only having 3 here. That would be a cool touch if you could only have 3. It would be an interesting spin on how you design your city. Welcome, fleshless giant of some sort. Now I have engineers. Let's have them help out with the research for now, and they're still in their 24-hour shift. And they're about to get another 24-hour shift there, aren't they going to be happy? And I'm a bit low on wood these days, so if you could please get over there. And once this thing is built, yeah, I think the automaton will be on producing steel, so I can have another automaton. Who shall be our savior? Well, won't be the great Icelander. It's a good question. Who will it be? I think we're going to have it. Oh no. Well, let's just have it as the great Jagger, the greatest typist we have ever seen on this channel. This means I can destroy the factory if I really want the steel back in a hurry. Not to mention the steam core. But I would like to build 1 more automaton before I tear this down for its steam core, and then I can turn that steam core towards, I don't know, not another hothouse, not another wood drill. Yeah, nothing really. This will be dealt with in about an hour. And even I don't want to force these kids to work through the night on that. We'll have some labour reallocation. Actually, just do full-scale labour reallocation at this point. Except for you folks. You don't deserve it. These guys are going to eat 24-hour shift real soon. We'll have all the sick dealt with tonight. Wonderbar. Mine, Jake. I do want the mine. Steam steelworks, then generator power, then improved heaters, then coal mine, and that should deal with all of the worst necessities. But I need quite a lot of steel. Thankfully, I have 48 and 61 coming back via scouts, and that can be invested into whatever. It's pretty much an automaton right there. Speaking of automaton, there he goes working in the steelworks. He needs no heat, he needs no food, he just works. Still feel like I'm wasting away not having a 24-hour shift, so let's have a 24-hour shift. Get to work. Hopefully I get enough steel. Oh, right, survivors, let's see. 19 workers is a bit of a pain, but 13 engineers and 8 kids, they're coming with me. They'll be back in the city in 21 hours. Probably could have been fine without the speeded ups. What is it even called here? The lighter scout sleds. 50% faster, but I'm still glad I got it. I'm not good at judging the time here. I'm just glad to get these guys both back, safe and sound. I will not bring them back to the city though, because they're workers. They'll just be mouths to feed. They go and get their own stuff out from the Frostlands. It feels wrong not to have these guys enjoy the boosted efficiency of a shrine. Very wrong, in fact. But come morning time, we should have plenty of extra steel to build a shrine or two with. People are eating raw food. Why would they do such a thing? It's not the end of the world. We will solve the food problem soon. But they are eating that raw food, and I don't like that. That is 1/3 efficiency on food. Alright. Shrine, save us from our hour of darkness. I'm going to put one here. It's not the best of places, but it's a place. That way it affects both of the workshops and this hothouse that's about to be functional for tomorrow. Doesn't speed up the healing, but soon there'll be steel to do that as well. I just want these shrines back up and running. We have the steel for our next fleshless giant. It'll be coming in 1 day, and then we'll make him. However, this is kind of painful. I need 10 steel for that upgrade. And they're going to be done with that in 3 hours. Means I'm going to be sitting on my thumbs for a little bit. No, let's not have downtime with the research. Okay. I'm probably going to make a second hothouse to jam another 24-hour shift for cranking out food, because I need food. A lot of raw food. People didn't enjoy any overdrive tonight, and they still didn't get too sick, which is great. There we go. As expected, Steam Steelworks get. I'm going to get us the... what's more important here, actually? Improved heaters are more important in my view, but we'll go for the generator upgrade. Nothing saying I have to use it immediately. Quite a few sickos, unfortunately. And I will really want to upgrade that Steam Steelworks soon. It's going to cost 15 steel to do so. Everything's costing me steel that I don't have. But the sooner I upgrade it, the sooner it gets to work. But I want to upgrade it when the Great Jagger has finished refueling. Not before. I have people that aren't working that could be working right now, so get to work. Same with the kids, they gotta heal the sick for a while. But when they're not healing the sick, they could be grabbing coal for me. But as soon as it's 7 o'clock, wham. Oh, by the way, goodbye, Hope. Okay, wood is nice and all, but it's not nearly as abusively important to me right now as solving the hunger issue. It sucks that a bunch of you are in treatment. And it might even be worth pulling some of you from this workshop. You add a lot of hours to this. But I really need that food. So pretty please get to work on that food. Oh, it needs food rations to order an overtime on. There we go. Work that way to get us the food then. I got 10 steel, but I'm actually going to invest in the steel works. Yeah, I guess I am. Ugh, but it'll get me extra food. The necessities of life here. Storm on the horizon. Good thing that my guys are on the way back, but remember when I had hope? Me too. Jagger 911 is in chat. Good job. Thanks for supplying the entire city with its steel needs. It's long past time to get to work. Ah, right. Some places don't need their heaters on anymore. I would argue that you two are such a place. Livable is fine. This thing isn't even on. Alright, everybody that can be working is working. With that shrine erected, everything's going a bit faster, which is good. And we're actually getting the sawdust burgers that we need, also good. And I have what I need to order the 24-hour shift on the hothouse. Oh, that makes them a bit unhappy, but when are they not unhappy? Well, they're certainly not going to be happy during the storm. Oh, baby, no. All these emergency shifts just really cheesing people off. Just calm down, okay? Just gotta hold on. Toss some dead in the hothouse. We don't have the law for that just yet. Granted, though, we could. We could certainly chuck some organic fertilizer in there, and I think we should. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and more food for us. But we're making a good amount of food per hour right now. And Jagger is about to go and heal up, or feed up, or whatever he does with the generator. He just gives it a good old Glasgow kiss, in my view. Alright. And as luck would have it, we do almost have the steel we need for the upgrade here. Luck, as if luck were part of it. Working day and night. Yes, you are working day and night. You'll have to stop using emergency shift for 3 days. No? That makes people very unhappy. Come to think of it, I should probably start passing laws that make people a bit happier. So let's do some evening prayers, because I can use that to lower discontent. Costs a lot of rations, sure, but sometimes you're facing huge amounts of discontent and need to do such things. Alright, we're looking fine on the food front from you folks, and that frees up 5 people that could work. Here, however, I need that steel right now, so I guess you could help out plucking coal out of the grow. They're almost done with that. Uh-oh. A heartfelt prayer can give you hope to those who are lost. Prayers will strengthen our faith, apparently. We'll see about that. Jings. Well, at least the emergency shift and the ignored requests go away over time. And with this done, you finish your overtime, your overworky things. So let's get those engineers back to work in the wall drill, because I need more wood as usual. And get those kids plucking everything out of the ground, again as usual. Now, you're back here, and you must upgrade it to a Steely Steamwork, please. And there, he's actually going to go and build it, which is nice. The Great Jagger. Once he builds it, he should start working there immediately. Downside is I don't have all the steel I need for the next thing. But we will have it. Don't you worry. And we have a whole day to get just one tech that I need. Also, automatons are very good at building. They build at light speed. They build about as well as 10 regular Joes do. It also looks cool, very cool. I mean, I don't think we could make this technology today, and the game's trying to tell me that this technology exists in the 19th century. That's what suspension of disbelief's all about. Okay, you're still on your 24-hour shift, but it's about to end. I also don't have what I need to get this improved heaters tech done, and also the people are raging at me. So we're going to have our improved heaters tomorrow. Enjoy your evening off, lads. You earned it. You've been working 24-hour shifts forever. You're like me in my Death Road to Canada run. Okay. Took 32 dead people to get this far, but we've gotten pretty far. I can hear a lot of revolt. What was that? Oh, discontent fell because we got loads of people back. Right, time to face a new problem. We have more people than we can house. I could set up a steam hub here and get them relatively housed, but that's not good enough. I forgot all about those people arriving. Well, don't that just blow? It's only wood to give them tents at least, so that's no big deal, and you get most of it back when you tear them down. And with a carefully placed hot steam hub here, I can keep those 4 plus 2 more of these functional. 30, 40, 50. I want quite a few more of these actually. Quite a lot more indeed. But it costs an unreasonable amount of steel to build these. Health, right? Oh no, it's only 10 steel, it's just lots of wood. Huh. There's hope yet for man. Still want to kill off all these sodding workers. Still, at least we can have a home for these people right now. This doesn't need proper heating for a wee bit. But I need proper steel. And we can get proper steel. I'm going to shrine up now though. These guys are nicely shrined. I'm going to have a preemptive shrine right here, because there are definitely going to be houses of healing here aplenty, potentially even hot houses. And I think I want a shrine there, but I'm struggling to say that it's worth the investment, at this point at least. What do you think they want? Freezing homes! You have to start heating 0 cold homes within 2 days, and then keep them heated for 2 days. That sounds easy. 0 cold homes. Done. Maintain at least livable conditions in homes. Oh crap. Oh crap. I'm gonna fail this so hard. It's not possible. Like, it's actually just not possible. Let's just break it anyway. Ouch. forgot about that upgrade. I forgot all about that upgrade. That was a trap and a half is what it was. Okay, you're shrined now, but now I can't force people onto a 24-hour shift in good faith. So I'll force it to them in bad faith. I want those improved heaters. Might even say I need them. House of Healing... Actually, we don't need those improved heaters. House of Healing needs 3 more bits of heating, right? It'll get 1 and 2 from this and a 3rd from that. Improved heaters might actually hurt me. But they would allow things like the wall drill, cold, very cold, freezing, to keep operating. In fact, all places like that to keep operating. But at a greatly improved cost. Well, improved cost. Heightened cost. Well, I mean, what's a... We just keep them very cold instead of anything else. Perhaps what I should look into is instead gunning for the coal mining first. Because coal mining, or coal in general, is something we're suffering on. No, I don't buy it. I don't buy it at all. Yeah, we'll go improved heaters. Mines are ideal, you just stick an automaton on there and call it a day. This is true, however, we still have plenty of coal to be gathered. Also, yoink, that is not all the steel I need for an automaton, and not all the wood I need for an automaton. But we're working on both of these things. Did I stick you on your 24-hour shift? I did not. And now I'm kind of tempted to 24-hour shift the wall drill instead so that I can get my autonomous warrior. But that's going to require engineers. And a lot of discontent. Yeah, what the hell, get to work. Some of them want to build, and I say why? Perhaps you want to build this shrine. Yeah, it's probably worth having that shrine just to get you squeezing the most out of all of that. This shrine, less needy right now. But you're still going to build. What could you even be going to build? Potentially this, I guess. No? Oh, right. How about all these things? Start and stop, start and stop, start and stop. And the last thing they're probably going to build is this road. So I will unbuild it and put it back. And there we go. And yeah, he got put straight back to work. Cost of wood in doing this, but I made the wood back by having him not skip out on work. Alright, plenty of work for these workers to do. Get to it. And boy, do I need food. So let's also keep the hot housing going strong. Lovely. Got a variation of the unique building challenge, Jake. You must build one of every building. That challenge blows, Debs. Like, it super blows. It's also impossible because you can only have 2 places for steel works and there are 3 different steel buildings. I expected better out of cool Debs. Actually, I have people that aren't working, which is just not right, but instead I will pool people and have some labor reallocation later. But I want my fully mechanized metal monstrosity working very soon. We'll also boost the heating through the night tonight. Because there are quite a lot of people that are, you know, outside of heat zones, and they probably don't like it very much. Oh no, forget working here. This is the priority. Upgraded buildings count as their see, now you're just trying to fit squares into circles here, Debs. Your idea was called out as crap. Don't try and repair it by putting plasters on it. I really appreciate that a lot of people bring me idea challenges or challenge ideas for this game. In fact, this is one such. I wish I could remember who. It sounds very ungrateful when I don't remember the names of who brings these forward, but it was brought forward. It was pretty cool. Alright, metal machine coming soon. How did I lose one of you? Oh right, I didn't. I just never fully added people to it. Otherwise, we're looking good. We're looking damn good. These guys are all in treatment. These guys are working on our next automaton, leaving me with some free steel, and I like free steel. So I can build you, and I'm going to build more of you in preparation for the storm. I'll have to thump down another 24-hour shift so we can have not just improved heaters, but the coal mine for the big storm, but we'll get there. Jagger 911 is talking about the Utopia challenge, saying it was probably one of the hardest ones he did. No, it was definitely the hardest one I did. Utopia has no equal as the hardest challenge done here. That includes no generator, that includes carbon neutral and vegan and rifts, Brexit, and all the other themed challenges. Utopia still stands alone as the single hardest one ever done. This one is a very close second because that early game was rough, but now got ourselves an automaton, second one on the way, laws have been passed, research is done. It's a whole lot smoother now. Can breathe relatively easily. To the point where it's 9 o'clock and I have 11 unassigned workers, which is just not right. I might claim that I was waiting for the shrine to be built, but that was a lie. Truth is, I just forgot about him. It's also my last day to make more food here, and I should really make more food here. The kids will go and eat first. There we go. Fully automated magic. And I want him working... I'll have him work the hothouse tonight, actually, so that we can get every scrap of food made up until the big freeze, because I can always reposition a cookhouse. But if you don't have the raw food by the time of the storm, you just starve. All these kids thinking they're so neat that they can go and eat. It's not how it works. Yeah, evidently it's not how they work. I can still get more out of you if I just have you work like that for now. However, they're not on their 24-hour shift, so what I can do is pull these 6, change out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of you, smack, and put the kids in. Then have the workers that are able to work go there. Have the automaton dig that coal until he's dead and buried. And then we are relatively, dare I say, comfortable. We should get rid of the factory. It's not of any use anymore. Even if I could... this is tough. No, I should have the hothouses ready to go as soon as the storm is over, so that I can get stuff out of them before the nasty event hits. I also feel like I could really do with another hothouse, just to squeeze everything I can out in terms of raw food before the storm, because if I get hit by rotting roots or steam core seizing, that's it for me. It's just, well, that was fun, goodbye. And this game has a way of throwing exactly what I don't need at me. Again, the cookhouse can be made to function during a storm. It won't be easy, but it can be done. And it'll need a bit of scutter, but raw food cannot be constantly produced. So let's get rid of you. We have our steam core back. So let's say... yeah, let's say... Yes, and yes, and heck yes. How about a slow adopting challenge? You need to research the first tech lab. I've seen that one and I went, but I also went, I'm unsure about it. It doesn't really excite me. The theme doesn't speak to me. This one, you know, workers aren't working. Good, clean, clever. This one, it's like, why? Why are we doing that? What's the point in doing all level 1 before you go to or all level 0 then level 1? It's also not that hard to work around because I can do fine with level 1. What would I do? I do, of course, beacon, hunter's gear, sawmill, steelworks, heaters, and then the rest, and then we're good. You only need tech 1 to see through the storm. As long as you have generator power upgrade, then you're Gucci. You can get through the storm because you can have faith healing coupled with that and the extra heat, and you see through it all. You could say then don't do faith healing, do order, and then I can go, well, I'll just double down with efficiency and crack out all the 24-hour shifts and make up for it with pure economy. So I don't see the excitement either thematically or in the challenge. Broken buttered challenge, no activated abilities. Ooh. Sounds more aggravating than anything. Never thought I'd see the day, but we don't have enough work for everybody. This is amazing. So, of course, we will make work for people. Get to work. And this work should be a 24-hour shift. Yeah, because I need everything squeezed out that I can. Are you in the range of a one of these? But of course you are. Good. Could have just taken one look at the efficiency and that would have been clear. Okay. Smash. Utopia on the Rifts. I'm not super keen on the idea of retreading challenges I've already done either. That's right, I'm just so hard to please. Alright, this looks pretty amazing. Food is going to come in plentifully. We have more than enough healing to see us through the storm. The only thing we don't really have is coal. And we're not researching more coal. And we really should. And yeah, we'll erect a coal mine later. We'll be okay. We are technically making more coal than we consume for now. That'll change soon, but that's okay for now. And we have 844 coal just lying there. Alright, we're good. Coal mining get. And I'm going to research Coal Thumper afterwards, just in case it turns around and goes, oh no, steam core seizing. Which would just be the roughest. Let's get the kids in here so they don't get sick. Oh no. Can't click on it because of all these bloomin' trees. Okay. Screw nature. We're gonna crush it. Same size. How is this not deleting the trees? I'm just creating more problems for myself. I can't click on any of these things. Alright, there's a way around this. Those are some super aggressive trees. So I'm finding it hard to click on these things because there are all these trees in the way, so it thinks I'm clicking on them, which is very strange because normally when you build something you crush the trees below, but clearly that's not working as planned. Oh, there's a workaround. There we go. Alright, so there's a bit of a problem. We have another automaton and he doesn't have a name. The Yellow Briton is a cool enough name, but how about the yellow major. Right. Stay frosty and keep it going. Oh, no, we have another problem, and that's that I never actually heated this area up. Hard to tell. Am I actually reaching these guys when I'm there? I don't think I am. Which is absurd. I have to really dig in to get to those guys. Oh well, dig in I shall. It's not like I lose out much by not heating over there. Or do I? Let me reconsider that one for a second. I probably heat a whole lot more with you right there. Let's just do that. I far prefer it. Screw these guys. Tearing down their home. Best game of last year, says Boo Finn. Well, yeah, I can't disagree there. I love this game. Also, it's time to squeeze out everything I can out of this, please. Go and refuel. You can refuel right there. It shouldn't take too long. You can refuel even off of Steam hubs that are not finished. Although this thing doesn't get to be on tonight. So sad, I know. I'd really like this coal mine. I'd really like this coal mine. But people are going to be very, very unhappy with me. But I'd really like this coal mine. Let's just enjoy 104% discontent. Yeah, I know you're furious. I know these engineers haven't slept in weeks, but our survival is on the line here. Laws. Almost forgotten about those. I would love to toss people in for organic fertilizer, but people are, for some reason, not very happy with my rule right now. Temple is discontent will occasionally fall slightly. Screw the temple. What people really need is a fighting arena. No, not another snow pit, although that could be an eventuality from it. There you go, give most people access to a fight club. Good, betting on fights is the best thing next to the races, says Ruth, trying to contain her gambling problem in the frost apocalypse. Had a heart attack moment where I thought I hadn't told the cookhouse to make all those meals, but no, 217 meals will easily get us through the storm. This War of Mine got an update 2 weeks ago, calling it the final cut. It's worth a try if you haven't played the game. It's been on my to-play list for a very long time. Okay, it is far, far too cold for these suckers to be chopping down wood. I could have them be nice and cozy here in the... God. There we go. Have them be nice and cozy over here. This place won't be warmed, but should be warm enough to warrant having people working. This is going to stop when the big frost hits. There we go. Fighting arena built. It almost does nothing for discontent. Fighting arena is a bit of a joke. It's less of a joke on easier difficulties, but on extreme it's just like, why is this thing here? I like leaving that one wooden crate there. I was thinking of sending somebody to grab it just to get it off the map, but now I'm not so convinced. Alright, it's a wee touch nippet out there. Let's have that heating on. Kinda needs it on 24/7, I'd say. And let's enjoy a huge amount of heating. Let's also enjoy the fact that we have about 10 hours of coal left. And that many places are very cold and or freezing. Well, hothouse is not working anymore. This hothouse also not working anymore. That means I have an automaton that could be working for me. I'm thinking wall drill, because wood is always nice. I'm thinking gathering post, because coal is always, always nice. And the wall drill wins, on you go. He needs to refuel before he gets on with it, but too bad. There we go. These places are still freezing, but they'll become unfreezing when when we get up to temperature. I'm just going to turn that tent off so I don't... or just get rid of it, right? It's not doing anybody any favors there.
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
Now I have some engineers that just straight up don't work, which is disappointing. What could I even get 10 engineers who don't work to do? Unless I wanted to build yet another house of healing, which I don't, for the record. I could stop our people getting so sick, but really I could just have them work in their cold workshops. And if they do get sick, which they will, that's fine, there's plenty of people to treat them, and there are 10 engineers to replace the ones that are sick. Also, I could have this place fully staffed, which might be good, with engineers. Goodbye coal, says Jagger. Don't worry, we're not facing a coal deficit that's insurmountable. Ooh, air. That coal goes and our treatment goes. Well, let's austerity to begin with. Have the overdrive on to see through the worst of it. These things will still function even without that. These guys should probably be working properly. So let's grab you, because you're full of people that are able to work, and switch you out. One person's going to pray, how dare you be so pious. There we go, that's a bit better already. Yeah, see? We'll last forever like this. Then we'll get a coal mine, and we'll get our coal mine, he says. It's tempting to get 2. It's very tempting to get 2, but 1 should cut the mustard. But it's very tempting to get 2. Yeah, I should probably stockpile coal in case we do get seizing and whatnots. But it's good having steel coming in. These can always be built later on. Let's make sure we have loads of coal flowing in during the freeze apocalypse. The temperature figures are absolutely bonkers, says Dan Maku, but the effects are incredible. I mean, I don't think anybody is going into this thinking it's an incredibly plausible game, but suspend that disbelief and enjoy. Mechanical calculators tempt me greatly because they'll let me get steam coal mine. I love steam coal mine. Is there anything else I love more, though? Not really. Let's get it. Really chomps into the steel and the wood, but we have both these things. And there we go. Now I got the steam core. It's time for coal mining. I'm going to do it here because it's the closest. Clunk. For some reason, people are really discontent. Frozen roots just means we're going to eat the strikers. We are going to eat the strikers. Oh god. What was all that then? This guy wants to work on an automaton, I know that much. Yeah, sure, carry on, I don't really mind. I got backups of you. Now we have somebody getting gravely ill from frostbite. It's a worker, so long may they die. Actually, they're going to build, so hopefully they do die on the way back. Frozen roots is insta-kill, says Denotes. I'm not convinced. I have a backup of raw food. Alright, you had great fun there wall drilling, but next up I need you to work this coal mine. Then there's the Great Jagger, who's recently refueled, so he could also help out with that. I don't know, I'm pretty tempted to get another one. 180 coal per standard workday, it's like 200 and something coal with this guy working. I use 388 per day, and this won't last forever. But then I won't have my steel coming in, so nah, forget that. He can keep on working in the steel steamworks. But I need some people to work here. Well, engineers, if I could select you, get back to work. Oh, this thing was heated when I had the automaton in it. What a mistake. There we go. 10 per hour, 240 per day. Look at that. Unfortunately, it's not enough to get us through with increased heat rates as well. So maybe I definitely should have that other coal mine. At least until we're at the point where we can enjoy steam coal mines, which is still a wee bit away, depending on how many 24-hour shifts I want to slam down with discontent this high. Which is a problem. Oh god, how did it go up so much again? Probably overcrowded medical facilities. It's usually overcrowded medical facilities.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
Can't keep it like this forever. I need to pump up the steam level. But without these guys collecting and with this stuff going so slowly, that's difficult. The joke is, this one doesn't even work. Oh right, there's nobody in it, that's why. Come on, we can hold. Just barely, somehow, but we can hold. We'll just punch the overdrive for a wee bit. Alright, we got it. Question is how we now use it. I think I will set the automaton to it soon. When the temperatures go up. Oh god, they don't go up very much. It goes up by 10 degrees at the end of the storm, which is very not much. At least the healthcare is holding, but we haven't eaten our wave of sickness yet. So I'm actually going to pull the engineers from here, stick them into here, and hope that they survive. And I think after the Great Jagger has had his upgrade, we'll send him over to mine the coal. There we go. But I have 13 hours worth of coal. We will see it through the night. And then when this coal starts coming in, we'll be a lot safer. And I might not even have an automaton. I might just send our workers down the mines. Yeah, that makes more sense to me. It'll be bloody cold and some of them might die. In fact, yeah, they could die on the way over there. Well, we shall see. No need for them to be wimps. More mild frostbite, lots of sickness, a heck of a lot of sickness. Ooh, bugger, people will not like those overcrowded medical facilities. Oh, they really don't like the overcrowded medical facilities. And that's with 3 of them going. Ho hum. You can do it, generator. I believe in you. What did I even research Steam level 2 for? How much more of this do we have to take? Look, it's minus 70 out there. I'm doing my best. Especially since it's all these workers moaning. There are more workers than there are kids and engineers put together. Technically true. That makes it the best kind of true. Right, it's time to send people down those mines. The question is who? Frankly, I think these engineers here. If I can ever select this place, I need a sawmill just to be able to grab these people. They're all able to work, so they're gonna all get to work and get me that coal. Some are sick. What can this be? Well, it matters little. Look at that, we're able to treat people quite quickly. Which is just grand. The very sick people take all day, but those that aren't are 10 hours tops. Alright, the coal situation looks okay-ish, so we're gonna jack it up a bit. We're gonna keep it up for a bit, and hope that that discontent melts away a bit. And I'm also going to severely reduce our usage of overtime work, just so people can chill out a bit, because for some reason they're all pent up from this massive amount of work I've made them do. And that's just not quite enough. Also, the generator's about to pop. So let's have ourselves a lovely evening prayer. Goodbye, discontent. Goodbye, generator at this rate. Yeah. Let's try and keep the thing together. Ah. Well, the steel is still coming in, which is good. The wood is not, but that's an easy fix. The fact that we only have 9 hours of coal... yeah, oh, whoa, okay, that was not part of the plan. The amazing plan was that we have loads of coal coming in. Have you just recently refueled or not, I wonder? Alright, well, they refuel twice a day, so hopefully it gets up to refuel, and then I'll tell them to go and get us some coal. We face a bit of a steam core problem, though. Boo, didn't sacrifice a child. We'll actually need the children this time. Okay, okay. More mild frostbite, but that's survivable. Test subject is needed. I could give him an automaton, or I could tell him to sod off. And for once, I'm just going to tell him to sod off. Let the project fail. I really do not care at this point. That 5% increase is great for the late game, but on terms of pure survivability, I'd rather have 24 hours of a functional automaton. We've got the fighting arena. The dueling law would be pretty good, and it might make our workers kill each other. In fact, it will proportionally target workers more than anybody else, so let's just have them kill each other.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
Sometimes the only way to settle a fight is to raise the stakes. It's a good way to manage discontent for a wee bit. Especially in a way that doesn't involve me building a pub. Murder is bad, but state-sanctioned murder is productivity. Words of wisdom from the Rabbit General in chat there. Okay, it feels rough, certainly looks rough, but we're keeping it going. What I'm going to do is I'm going to temporarily plonk down a steam hub right there, and there. No, not there. Just there should do. Now, when you get up to refuel, you can refuel right there, which is going to be useful for me. Glad we have 13 hours of heat left, because I'm going to do something risky. I'm going to upgrade this mine tonight. The payoff should be great, but if I get steam core seizing, it's going to be hell on high water. Alright, you're going to refuel there right now, which is great. I can get my next tech, which is also great. What'll it be, though? Automated integration is highly tempting, considering they're the bulk of my workforce. But I said I would get Coal Thumper, because if I get steam core seizing, then I'm doomed. Well, not particularly doomed. I could survive it. Kind of. I know of ways to survive it. Let's assume that we're not going to get it and go risky. I want automated integration. It improves their efficiency by 10 flat percentage points, but that goes from 60 to 70, which is more like 17-ish% boost. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay, when I said you guys aren't working extended shifts, that was a lie. You are definitely working extended shifts. You as well? Yeah, you as well.
Night is coming. Look down, you fools.
Alright, so our good friend Yellow Major is all tanked up. So I'm actually going to tell you guys to tear down your own coal mine. I'm going to have these wee kids work... do I want them working here? Or would I rather have these guys back here? I don't know, I want it all. Yeah, we'll have the kids work there. With that disassembled, I am able to get this coal mine upgraded to a steam coal mine. And then the Yellow Major should be back in time to help with the fix, to help with the building, which these sorry souls have to do before they can even go to bed. Even though there are all these workers that haven't lifted a finger in their entire life here, building doesn't count. We have the engineers that have to slave away for an extended shift, even though they were promised a regular shift, and then build this giant monstrosity's place for him, and he's not even helping out. What a piece of work. I hope it's rotting roots, says Wintersphere. Rotting roots would be pretty awful, but steam core seizing would be worse. Steam core seizing would be a lot worse than rotting roots. Rotting roots hurts food. Oh no, I have to plow into food. Steam core seizing stops the wall drill, so I would have to get a sawmill to do any efficient amount of wood thinging. It hurts the coal mining, and it hurts the food production from the hothouses as much as rotting roots does. If it's strong winds, then yeah, it is a yawn fest. Strong winds is still not fun, but it's nothing compared to those other ones. Okay, this is looking pretty good. This is upgraded and fully functional, and then suddenly look at that coal situation. A bright future awaits. Could be brighter, granted, but that'll do. I still need more steam cores to really advance my industry at this point, but it will do, donkey. It will do. I'll have the engineers work on the wall drill, and nobody's died during this storm, or if they have, I didn't notice or care. People are eating raw food. That I significantly care about. At minus 60, I still need my cookhouse put somewhere where it enjoys some heat, which it currently does not. I'd have to get rid of this guy's home and shove him elsewhere. And that's just what I would quite like to do here. It's like a home for one person. And if I could actually select it, that would be grand. There you go. Nobody liked you. You gotta go. I think I'll still keep that place. It could be useful. All our bleeding hard shipping for what? Sod the captain. Also, speaking of sod the captain, I'm not going to get anywhere if I don't have a source of food. At all. I desperately need a source of food. No, I don't. I have 57 raw food, but I need to actually turn it into rations to get anywhere here. Alright, well, let's see what our random draw is. There's the cookhouse. Still isn't deleting these trees for odd reasons. Storm is over. Immediately our guys can go out and see what's out there. Research station sounds good. And so does an empty cave. And I'm glad they're a lot faster at doing this. I would really like to have additional scouts, but it might be tough. Now with that going, I can actually turn off all of these heaters. That'll save me quite a lot of fuel, actually. Or coal. Wall drill is being worked away on. Steam coal mine, doesn't need it particularly badly. This needs to be operational though. Damn, people are eating yet more raw food. Get it constructed, get it going. A bit of repair time, but then it's only going to get a whole lot. No way! How does it know? The efficiency of all steam core buildings and automatons will be reduced by 90%. I see. I see indeed. How do I live with that? That is 6 days of goodbye food, goodbye coal, goodbye wood. I guess thing barely able to make me anything there. Okay, well, abort automated integration and let's think about priorities here. 2.7 coal per hour. Okay, first off, automatons are coming off of these two things and they are going on to gathering this coal. Because that's one thing that steam core seizing does not affect. I can still keep the steelworks running if I wanted to, but this wall drill has become a bit superfluous. It's not going to give me enough wood to get anything done. I need research, and I need research done ASAP. What's the bigger concern? Coal or wood? Coal, Coal Thumper. Coal Thumper will help out a lot if I get that as soon as possible. And I can get it done in 12 hours, which is just enough to get it done this shift. I am going to pull our workers to make sure we have as many actually functioning there as possible. Some are going to pray, one is in treatment, but at least we get the Coal Thumper done in time. We only need 2 functional houses of healing, so we're going to pull the engineers from there and have them do pretty much anything else. I'm thinking working the steelworks. Okay, we can pull through, it just won't be pretty. The game just wants you to prove you can do this under the hardest possible conditions, whilst Jagger says this is not going to be pretty. No, it will not be pretty. First off, I would really like to reduce the steam level on this. It would save me a lot of coal per hour, but it wouldn't be it would be offset by these things having to be on. So, how long is that coal gonna last? Oh. Nay good is what it is. Nay goodata. Okay, Steam Steelworks is keeping on, keeping on. I might need this coal, so let's actually fully dismantle the cookhouse there. This cookhouse is built before more people ate raw food. Please get in there and get it going. Lots of people are in treatment or whatnot. Right, well that means I'm going to pull all of you, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of you. Stick you in there. If one of you is in treatment, well, I mean, treatment's pretty fast in one of these. People often complain that Houses of Healing are way too slow, and I'd say that's pretty... They're not that slow. They're a bit slower than infirmaries, but they're a lot faster than medical posts. The real concern with them is that they're huge. They take up so much space. Take up like a third more space than an infirmary and 4 times as much as a medical hut. But the real strength is that they're not affected by steam core seizing because they're not built with steam cores. So I can have 3 of them. Can't have 3 infirmaries. Something else would suffer greatly. Right, these sawdust burgers are going to have to keep us going through a lot right now, because we can't produce food for the next 5 days or so. You don't have to be great at maths to realize that's not going to work out very well for us. I might have to. I might actually have to pour a lot into a hothouse, even though we get very little out of it. I need that coal thumper built tonight. Hang on, I thought it didn't work like this. I could have sworn steam core seizing did not affect this. I'm almost certain I tried this before and steam core seizing did not screw this over. But screw it hard it does. Okay. Why, this is just nae good. Nae good at all. Okay, well, I'm at the mercy of getting my coal thumpers going. It was gathering for a thumper. Maybe those piles are unique. Clever thinking, Wintersphere. Regardless, I think it's the best thing I can have these suckers do right now. It's a tiny fraction of coal, but at least they don't have upkeep in coal. No, they would do me better working here. Look at that, 2.7 coal per hour is better than no coal per hour. Just like how very little wood per hour is better than no wood per hour. So we'll get you on that. This is no longer of importance, so forget it. I'll keep the steel. On the plus side, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 days of all right temperature, but that's only 4 out of 6 days. Yeah, I know it affects automatons, but I'm sure I've used automatons on coal piles before, and they didn't eat the lowered efficiency. And I think it was from the thumpers, so we'll get thumping real soon. When the temperature goes down, I can turn off this steam hub, or rather when the temperature goes up. These guys won't like it at all. In fact, it'll be very cold for them, but too bad. Treating the sick is free. Wait, all of those engineers are in treatment right now. That can't be good. I need this. I need it more than steel, that much is for certain, so please get me that coal. Oh god, they are cold. I don't want amputees at least. We're still hemorrhaging fuel though. Those thumpers, they need to come, and they need to come soon. And we're pouring just about everything we can. We'll have them in 5 hours. Then I need to build them, of course. Ready with the exploits, I expect no less. And why would you? Alright, on the plus side, thumpers don't cost a lot to make, so I will set up 2 to get us through the worst of this. That'll deal with the coal situation. It will not deal with the food situation. The food situation is still completely foobar. And I don't have the steam cores to set up another hothouse, but I kind of need one, so what would I do? I don't want to get rid of the Great Jagger. I might have to demolish my steam coal mine and erect 2 hothouses instead. But 2 hothouses, I don't have the staff to work that. But maybe once the healing is done, I can use the healed people in the hothouses. But hothouses need to be heated, so yeah. Minus 50, minus 40, minus 40. They can function with a heater, but they can function with 50. Yeah. And I'll probably dismantle this tonight and erect 2 hothouses, and then have those worked as hard as possible. Get flesh for food. I'd love to, but it's very difficult. We'll get this dismantled. I might be able to fit a coal thumper here, but I need it researched first. Oh, this is so grim. Got a kid there who can work. If I could just select this. It's a cursed healthcare place. There we go. Wait, what? One of them's going home for reasons unknown. .7 wood per hour is pitiful, but that is still like 14, 15-ish wood per day, and I still need wood income. Coal thumper, good enough. I would like steam coal thumper, but it costs a lot of steel, and I need to focus on my other problems. Wood production is still a problem. I could get the sawmill. I'm not sure how much that solves my problems. Probably not much. Is there anything else that could see me through this extremely rough period? Industrial hothouse would save me some grief. It would make my people more efficient in number. Charcoal kiln, of course, over my dead body. Where do I even get the wood for it? Yeah, industrial hothouse is fairly tempting. When you're so labor starved, that's a good way to do it, but it's very little food. 48 raw food per day, which actually translates to 4.8 raw food per day because of problems. But sometimes you just got to get through those problems. How long until we can have that? 12 hours. I don't have 12 hours, and neither do you. You're working the long shifts. Oh crap, that cost me some food rations. Oh well. It's all in the interest of gaining food rations, so it's all hunky-dory. Tempted to make these guys work through the night as well. Aggravatingly enough, the coal thumper is not in range of this unless I do some jiggery pokery. So I'm going to do some jiggery pokery. The gathering post can be. I think that's as far as the gathering post needs to be there to grab these. I think I should have you work through the night again, even though the discontent is outrageous at this point. In the interest of surviving, I'm going to have these engineers work through the night to gather all that coal. And then I will place a coal thumper here, which will be heated by this steam hub. Yeah, nodding to myself in self-satisfaction. Toss bodies. That's a good G boost if I remember right, says my liege. You can get a lot more food with shrines and a da-da-da-da. Yeah, well, we've got the shrines here. We'll probably put it over here because it's next to this shrine, and since they're industrial hothouse, they won't need the extra heating to keep them going. They'll be able to go at minus 40, no problem. Well, it'll be one hothouse, but it can go in minus 40, no problem. But I still want that 2.7 coal per hour, because it's still 20-something. United by faith, it's really brought the community together. I think the freezing cold is going to bind the community together at this rate. Still, that is one place for a coal thumper. I would quite like a second. How about right here, there. Alternatively, I put it here. Yeah, I prefer that look. Have it go into the roads so that the coal splatters onto people that walk around the area. Much more fitting. Okay. Discontent might be awful, but it'll get better because it's going to get warmer. Alright, cave. Give me everything. Okay, there's nothing. Well, drafty shelter. I can't actually afford getting more people right now. Or can I? More people means more people to feed and heat. And I'm not in the business of killing my workers right now, even though it would help me out a lot if I could. I feel like if you had double hazards, you'd need more hazards to make things more effective. There are various hazards. I think they added a bunch more. But I'd like to have the hazards stack on top of each other. That's what I really want. Okay. I could take the level down and overdrive, or I could just overdrive in general. And I like the latter. Let's keep people alive for longer. And again, this terrifies me a bit. That's only 10 hours of coal, and well... Yeah, let's try and have as few people get sick as possible tonight. Unfortunately... Well, no, I'll send my engineers over here so they don't have a chance to get sick. And then I can send them elsewhere. Eight hours, so we will have our industrial hothouse in the morning. Does the overdrive take extra coal? It does not. But it builds up this meter. It's a really nice gameplay element, right? It's just a little bit of agency you have over the heat situation. You should be desperate for everything, and you can push this all the way up. But if it maxes out, it's just kaboom. Of course, every time it's at 0, it's being wasted. It's like Infamy in EU3. Alright, we are staying on top of the coal situation, but only as long as this coal pile lasts. Once that coal pile is gone, I have 10 hours to secure new coal, and then it's game over. .7 might not seem a lot, but hey, it's like a 15% boost on this. Maybe even more than that. But look, God, that is grim. Snow piles taller than you. That must be 6 foot. 6 foot of snow. And you gotta go into that to dig out coal. This reminds me far too much of my childhood. 38 people sick, but none of them grievously so. 1 coal pile depleted. Evening's done though, no need for overdriving anymore. Seriously though, shouldn't have somebody here that needs treatment. It wastes a 24-hour shift. Why do workers refuse to hunt but not to scout? Well, 2 things. Scouting isn't working, and otherwise I just think this would be impossible to do without scouting. Alright. Research station gives us steel. That could be useful. Snowy Hill doesn't sound very useful, but I want steam cores. Even though we're eating steam core seizing right now, I want steam cores so I can get more autonomized industry. If I can pull through this, I can pull through everything, but we're only 1 day out of 6 through it. Hard work builds character, says Traffic Cone. Yes, it does. But dear God, I am getting ground to dirt here. All these people in treatment need to be shoved out and replaced with people that actually have some work ethic. Oof. Alright, we have this thing fully erected and ready for battle. So I'm going to kick you guys out, stick you over there, tell you to work forever, give you a heater, and there we go. Oh, for some reason one of you is sick. That's weird, but I could have sworn... No, we definitely had 10 people here that were not sick, and yet when he popped out he got sick. Maybe the game is wise to my wiles here. Alright, but that generates lots of coal, a lovely large amount of coal. So I'm actually going to pull you out. Okay, good. And then, as soon as there is coal here, I'm going to have you work that thing like a beast. Otherwise, I got 8 engineers, but they're all sick. You guys are moments away from being done with that. That food situation is so rubbish that I'm getting extremely worried about it. Alright, there we go. Get to work, automaton. There we go. They work at their full automaton efficiency if they are working with a coal thumper. That can save me. Well, actually, that's only 8 coal per hour. That won't save me. Oh, that ain't saving anyone, least of all me. Still, though, the temperature went up. We don't have overdrive anymore. We can have a bit of austerity. We'll be no worse off than we were before. And then suddenly we're only losing 100 coal a day. Do your best, lads. Okay, but we can do better than that. We can pull you. Get rid of that. Dismantle this. Pull you. Have our industrial hothouse researched. Not be able to afford it because I forgot to dismantle this. But we need to afford it. There's no way we can't not afford that. Before I get researching, I need to know what I have to work with. And I'm going to build this in a place where it can actually be affected by that. And I think a gathering post here would help phenomenally. Both within the heat and within the shrine. This will be torn down to give me what exactly? 19 wood, 30 steel, that's nice, and a couple of steam cores. Which means I can just research whatever is making most sense. We have somewhat solved the coal problem. We have not solved the food problem, but we've done everything we can for it. Wood is still a problem, but even if I researched sawmills, I don't have the industry to work through that. I could, however, dismantle this, replace it with a sawmill, and start cutting down all these trees. But do I want to? I only have 34 engineers. Many of them are spoken for. And I'm not producing steel, which I really do want to. Aye, aye, aye. All 20 of my children work in medical care, so that only gives me 34 workers to work with. Let's be generous and say I have 35 people to work with. 5 must be on research. Forget having 2 research things, we'll only have 1. That gives me 30. 20. 10. 0. Nobody spare to cut wood. I don't even have anybody to do that with. So sawmill is a false choice here. Completely false. Automated integration is still a decent one. Because even when we come out of this, even during this, my automatons are working hard for me. Insulation won't save me, but medical insulation will be very useful to keep the House of Healing operational beyond all this. So I could get these 2, but I prefer to get my industry further along than going for insulation. I could instead get generator power, and then I'd be fine for the storm. Isn't Jake from Aberdeen? They send the Weens up to the oil pits up there. This is true, McCaig, but I escaped the fate of the oil pit to enter the gaming pit. I would really like bunkhouses, but this is a false choice right now as well. This tempts me, but again, it's not going to help me out right now. But only for now. God, it's all rubbish. And I don't have the wood to do the difference engine. Yeah, I honestly think it's automated integration for us. When this thing is down, I should have the resources I need to build the industrial hothouse, which actually costs no more wood than a regular hothouse. It's all in the steel, and we have the steel. But only for now. Get to work, you curs. Drafty shelter, coal, food, well, raw food. Only 8, but still better than 0. Marginally. Don't really have the people that are able to work right now, but I'm going to have them work on this as soon as they can, which is right now. Extended shift, heating on. Because I would rather they didn't get sick right now. And as soon as they've made a little bit of coal on the ground, okay, we can get a law. I don't think any laws will help us much right now. Organic fertilizer might make the difference between yay and nay. None of that's going to help me out too much right now. Well, I've got to do something with all these corpses.
Listen, everyone. New
Chicks,
law
why are they so unhappy about that? We need the food, you freaking morons! We're dying! Bury the dead, isn't that what the scripture says? Well, we're in a bright new world here. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, and more food for us. We have no food. Ooh, another problem is that we don't really have a cookhouse either. I can somewhat solve that by putting a cookhouse around here. It won't be warmed, well, heated rather, but it can operate at -50 with its better heaters, so hopefully I'll have a bit of food done by then. Then the steam core will stop, and then this thing just floods out with food in a majestic flow of fibre. Oh, I'm looking forward to that if I survive long enough to see it. Organic fertilizer is a waste of good body. We could be just straight up eaten, says Wintersphere. I've said it before. It's very difficult to pass the cannibalization law. Keeping track of the bodies now. We are burying them, just not in the way people want us to. Okay, there we go. Why is the automaton not working? Why is he refueling? Nobody said he could do that. Oh, he's helping with the building, which is kind of nice. There we go. Oh, there we go. An engineer is here to see you. Thanks. I'm so glad to hear that your day is improved by these giant, expensive monoliths. I think it's time to say goodbye to this workshop. I think it's just costing us at this point. It's gotta go. No, that's not true. I can alternate my 24-hour shifts by using this workshop. Let's keep it for now. Oh, I loved having steam coal mine there. Now I need 2 more steam cores if I want to build one. Alright, so with this thing active... Oh, damn, I didn't take them into my calculations when deciding how many people work. Alright, we got 10 kids right here. Or rather, 10 kids right here. Not anymore. I need that food like you don't even believe. Trouble is, kids die if you tell them to work endlessly without breaks for some reason. And my engineers are mostly spoken for. The coal here is almost overflowing, actually. I'm going to pull you, tell you to work there. Oh, that is really rubbish, and this is almost a waste of the dead, but that 0.3 food per hour, It's gonna add up, Anna. Nobody's ever happy with me here, but I ain't joking. We need that emergency shift. We need it badly, so get to work. Oh my days, that's such a waste of everything. Okay, that's pretty much 20 raw food per day, which is 60 meals, which is, on my absolute Auschwitz diet here, going to pull our people through out of steam core seizing. Barely. Oh, if they stop revolting. I'm trying to keep you ungrateful people alive, and this is how you thank me. Our coal situation looks better than it is. It's not good. Also, did I ever mention how we have no wood at all? Because we have no wood at all. And that's becoming a sizable problem. Can't even research without wood. But we might have to just sit tight. Very tight. Damn, those hungry people might actually eat the raw food, and that will completely negate a lot of stuff. However, an automaton could sort out some of that food into proper rations, which might actually be worth it at this point. There we go, please make it. I know he's going to do it agonizingly slowly because he's an inefficient steam core seized individual, but those 3 bits of sawdust burger per hour could see through our hungry people. Actually, this is probably backfiring because people are going to eat. I don't like it when people go to eat. Oh well. Look at that. That is true agony, that is. And it's cutting into the coal. But it's the best I can offer my people for now. And only for now. Abandoned wreck, frozen excavation, stone ship. Are any of these steam cores? Let's see, frozen excavation is nothing. Stone ship is also nothing. Abandoned wreck, however. Abandoned wreck is coal and steel. But I feel like that's a trap. I feel like the good stuff will be behind one of these. Let's take the frozen excavation and circle around. It's not like these guys are coming back anytime soon. Are we doing the Thatcher challenge next? Coal mining only, no healthcare? Wouldn't it be no coal mining? I have to import all my coal. Snowy hill, cracked ice. Oh, there's a fat lot of nothing along here. Blew my load early with the research station. Everybody's trying to eat, but there's no food to eat. As long as we keep the starving at bay for now, it'll be okay. But this is just to get them through the night. The homeless one became frostbitten because they have nowhere to go. One homeless person, I hope they die. Do you wish you were allowed outposts in Endless? It would probably be a real scutter, so no. The whole point of the storm is that it just removes all of those. Also, I got all these kids that aren't working. Whoops. I am just barely keeping the hungry fed here, or rather the starving fed, so they don't eat into our awesome rations. Otherwise, as soon as morning comes, I'm going to switch this guy out. I'm also going to smack the steam hub right next to him, so he doesn't have to navigate far to refuel on his way towards the coal pile. Surprised I didn't give people the overdrive through the night. I should have. I normally do. Like everybody desperately trying to get that food, but alas, there is no food. Alright, you done good. Get back to getting through all of that after you refuel, and we'll have some useless kids actually work a bit faster on this. Those useless kids are all a bit busy. Well then, have those guys do it. There, then they make the sawdust rations a whole lot faster. That should keep people good for a wee while. Then we'll keep that thing off until we generate a bit more food, and then later on in the night we'll make a ton more of them, hopefully when people aren't enjoying downtime. When people have downtime, that's when they go and eat. For example, they get kicked out of a workplace, and then you tell them, oh, go work over here. And they go, well, I think I'll have a meal, if they're hungry during that. And if they don't have the opportunity to do that, then they will go straight to their workplace. You want to try and keep them busy, very busy all the time. Okay, with this incredibly high temperature of minus 40 degrees, things are looking relatively up. I don't need to spend so much coal heating people, so we have fairly massive surplus. Don't be fooled by it, but it's okay. It's not gonna last though. We got 2 days until the next temperature dip, and we still have 4 days more of steam core seizing, which is just the worst. I might dismantle my hothouse, rebuild it. Oh, I don't have the wood to do that. I'd have to dismantle something else if I wanted the wood to dismantle and remantle my hothouse. But it was just to smack another 24-hour shift on it to keep the food flowing. Could dismantle this workshop. Dang, these guys weren't working 24/7 on that, but I can't afford all these 24/7 shifts anymore. So I will dismantle this workshop so that I'm able to dismantle this hothouse, rebuild it, and crack another 24-hour shift on it. And I will do that through the night so that I don't waste any of their actual work time through the day. I'll make a lot of people unhappy, but that's what I do here. I'm trying to keep them alive, not happy. Evidently. Right, we have 3 people in treatment here, which is a sizable problem. Kick them out, find engineers to replace them with. Basically any of these guys. This place must be maximum efficiency. Looks like we've already... No, this thing might still be okay. I guess it just lasts for a day. It's an abstraction, sure, it just feels weird that the bodies are all used up in a day. I've dropped stuff into the home fertilizer box and it lasts there for longer. Okay. God damn, all these workers eating my food, not lifting a finger. Oh man, what if we got rotten roots after this? That would be pretty brutal. The coal situation is vaguely under control. I think people are eating raw food. I swear it was higher than 8 earlier. There we go. 27 should keep us swell for a bit longer. Forlorn Camp has survivors. Might sound good, but I can't afford more survivors right now. Can't feed them. Couldn't even dream of feeding them. Then again, I could send them to my to my city. Nah, forget it. Forget it. There are better ways to survive here. If you had double hazards, rotting roots and steam core seizing would make your hothouses go at 1%. No, I don't mean like that. I mean... No, I don't mean that. But it would mean that rotting roots is superfluous to steam core seizing. I might even remove steam core seizing and just make it automations or automatons are seizing. I haven't said automations in quite some time. Right. You know, I might be more keen on the sawmill. No, no. Think, Jake. Think of what you're saying. Not a lot I can get for just steel. There's faster gathering. I don't think I can even afford any of the possible stuff I could get right now. Not with this little amount of wood. No, well, lucky you, engineers, you're getting some time off. And by time off, I mean... it is high time you got me some steel. Going to pray, going to treatment. Actively praying. Who raised these guys? Alright. You need your wood for the hothouse rebuild, that I do. Couldn't even spend it if I wanted to. Cracked ice gets us an isolated shelter, which I'm quite certain houses steam cores. Although I need to check. Isolated shelter. Oh, please be steam cores. I need this so badly. Steam cores and raw food. But there is also a small cairn, which is just supplies, if I'm not mistaken. Small cairn. Coal and raw food, not even worth the time. Go to the shelter and then get back with those steam cores. Should be at least 2 of them. That'll be enough to re-erect my steam coal mine. But I need more cores. Alright, I'm just barely hanging on here. God, my people are so hungry and they're gonna starve through the night. Which is why I need to get an extra burst of cooking done between 18 and 20. Toss the dead up. Oh, okay, it was already active. Well, no point in not butchering more of the bodies. Hang on, body count 32, but bodies 41? I shouldn't ask, but I have to ask. What? It's a bit better. Get that steel flowing. I don't need it now, but I will need it later. Also, you guys have produced so much coal. There's not a lot for you left to do, so I'm gonna pull you, engineers, and then desperately try to invent some work that you can do to keep the whole city flowing. I mean, I do need wood. I badly need wood. Three wood per hour is passable. God bless the power of the shrine. With enough faith, anything's possible. You need food to drop discontent. Better do that while you have it. I have a day to crush that discontent. I could use coal to crush that discontent, I think. And I could stop the overtime work. However, given where we are, I should probably do that now. One more. Where do people still work overtime? Why do I even have you work there? Get out. And then I'm like, get toasty, folks. There we go. That's enough toastiness. Still feels very cheap that I can get away with that without even actually making them work less.
Night is coming. Put down.
I'm still gonna do it. Alright, I'll give it another hour before I give people the cookhouse. Oh no. Angry about the cold. It's meant to be cold. No, I'll just eat the discontent. How much discontent? I can't afford 20 food rations. I just can't. They're just gonna have to be angry. I'll see if I can offset the super anger with this. But I'm gonna have even more super anger when they are told to work another extended shift at the cookhouse, which they're about to be told to do. But who do I even have to do it? Going to a protest, going to eat. Make the food, you morons! We're starving to death here. People are furious, apparently. Why do they have to be so mad? There we go. A good bit of heat has warmed their hearts, but, you know, it was short-lived. Oh dear, they're not actually getting that food. Or they're not making that food. They're too busy going to, oh dear, oh dear. Well, those 20 rations will have to see them through the night, if they're really that hungry. But they're probably on their way to eat it anyway. Okay. We can still pull through, but I'm unhappy at the lack of research right now. That's a problem. I'm not doing this. I need to get rid of it and then bring it back. And then smack a 24-hour shift on it just to make people super happy. Alright, he's refueling. We'll let him refuel. All done, then pretty please make me some food. Oh, okay, now he's going to refuel again. Fine, do what you gotta do. No, the rolling for the next EU4 campaign will happen once this campaign is done. When is it done? Oh, God knows actually. Could be here for a while, because it's looking grimbo. Alright, get to... It costs food rations to do 24-hour shift, of course. Please get me that food ration. I just need one. 4.2 per hour is not a lot of food rations. And if people eat them, then that's all the worse for me. Come on, come on. There we go. Right. Get to work. They're going to eat. Don't eat. Don't eat my precious food. Get to work, you goddamn parasites. If you've joined late and you're wondering why I'm struggling so much with food, we're doing a run that doesn't involve workers working. Now, workers are the only people that can hunt, so if they don't work, there's no hunting, which means I'm reliant on the hothouse. So when you get steam core seizing, which makes the hothouse run at minus 90% efficiency, you struggle for food. Look at all these people leaving empty-handed from the cookhouse. I have people starving, potentially starving to death here. And I don't mind if they are worker scum that starve to death, but I do mind if they're engineers or children. Man, this imitates life too much. You heard rumors that there's food at the cookhouse. You go there, there's no food at the cookhouse. And you have to go, oh no, there must be food, they're coming back. The rumors of there being food was an exaggeration, I'm afraid. I'm getting a bit angry about that. Wonder why. All our bleeding hardship, and for what? For 3 more days of steam core seizing, that's for what? We started this with like 50 food, and now we have not got 50 food. Alright, the automaton doesn't work fast enough. I need some actual people to do this. Oh, but they're in treatment, or are going to eat. There's no food, you idiots. Move you over there. I'm going to dismantle and pause and remantle, and there we go. That'll plow out like 30 something meals to stop the starving from dying a little bit. People are indeed eating raw food, which sucks. Every time they eat raw food I lose 2 bits of decent food. Hang on, what happened to those loads of food I was making? It's all gone already is what it is. Stand in line for your sawdust bread. It feels like Amsterdam in World War II. Down to the presence of Sweden. But at least the coal situation is sorted, and the wood situation is... well, we're on top of it. But God, I need that food. Good God, yes. Food. Steam cores. Not even worth hitting up the other place. Get back to Tickle. I really want cannibalization to trigger. Only happens when you have people dying of starvation. And I'm keeping my people incredibly alive here. Child labor, all jobs is not worth the hit right now. None of these really appeal to me. I mean, who doesn't want a pub? But I don't have the resources to build one. Snap for a care house. Nor do I need a care house. So we don't actually need any laws, which is nice. Faith keepers are a bit... yeah. I mean, yeah, they're good to have. It's powerful. I should have it. But I don't want to have it. I don't want to go far down faith on this run. Didn't the other site also have food? I mean, barely. 8 food and 14 food? Okay, so 22 food. At best is 66 rations. Which is half a day's food for these people. Well, at least they don't want to turf me out, so we got that going for us. These coal piles are still going to last for a bit. Alright. I have a bunch of kids that could certainly be working right now, but no real jobs that they could be working in. Steam cores will help a lot, though. That'll allow me to build either another industrial hothouse if I want to stock up on so much food it makes your toes curl, or more likely, so that I can have my steam coal mine and never worry about coal again. But here's a reason to worry about coal. The temperature's going down, then down, then down some more, and that storm is coming in 6 days. Scattered sleds, hell yes. I don't know what's in a mountain watchtower though. Inform me, wiki. Mountain watchtowers, wood and raw food, not worth our time, but scattered sleds are 120% worth our time. Abandoned wreck is coal and steel, so I'll grab sleds, wreck, and back home, and then you guys will come back with wood, steel, coal, food, and cores. So we're living off the scouts here. Workers only eat and complain, says Crime Zone. It's probably a response to the people that are wondering what's the challenge all about. At least we have a little bit of wood coming in, enough to get research underway again, and I do need to keep the research going or else we're going to be stuck in a rut. I know times are tight, times are unbearably tight, but we've got to keep going. Generator power is a necessary, that is a necessary, not unnecessary, but what else would help me at this point? Coal mining optimization sounds cool, but it's only cool if you have a functioning coal mine. Heater efficiency upgrade will save us a lot of coal, but I can't afford that right now. Still like the difference engine, so I could get more scouts out, but that's a no-go. Bunkhouses cost a lot of wood and steel, but we should actually have a good amount of wood and steel soon. So it's probably not the end of the world to research this and start upgrading people soon. It'll cut into the sickness a lot. It's not a terrible idea. At least it's not the worst idea. That cost a lot of wood, but might be a nice investment in the future. Steam Coal Thumper has some other advantages though. You can make big piles of coal, but once we're out of the woods, the steam coal mine that I can build should see us through everything. Let's future-proof with bunkhouses. What disaster did Jake get after the first storm, asks Debs. You can see it right now. Steam coal seizing. The worst disaster I could have gotten. 1 in 9 and it triggered. Hits the coal, hits the wood, and worst of all, starves my people because we got no food. They are eating raw food. Damn. Ghost on the... I hate this event. Okay, you put a lot of work into your buried dreadnoughts and your archive. I love it, but I've loved it several times before. I don't want to keep loving it. That means that many people working on this. Let's get the spare ones continuing to make us going to eat. As if. Long hours of get back to work. Oh, he's not happy with that. All these workers. Gosh, damn it. Just... Why? Why you gotta be on me like this? Serious accident. An automaton has stepped on a man, crushing his leg and crippling him for life. Not sure it's worth slowing down the automatons. You're just gonna have to live with, Oh, it was a child. Well, that's fine, because I had an odd number of children. Now, my children, I don't have to mic them at all. They can just work in the House of Healing forever. Very clever, I agree. Keep the heat on in there. Trying my damnedest to feed these people, but they just won't get off my back. And I still have 2.5 days of this. I don't think I'm gonna get through this without people dying of starvation. Then again, 2 steam cores are on their way back in 21 hours. Then I can erect another hothouse and slam people into that for 24 hours. And then I will double the amount of raw food that people can just eat straight up because they're monsters. People are hungry. I think I actually can feed the people in 3 days. Well, 2.5 days. Power of automaton's gonna have to pull us through it, but I think we can do it. Coal situation's fine. I'm gonna take you off there and slam you on here so that we actually have the food being produced. The next is rotting roots, right? If it's rotting roots, that's just... the cruelty would be absurd. This thing's turning. Oh right, the day's work just ended. It was just inertia. Slight problem, running out of these coal piles. Means the automatons will run out of work to do soon. I'll need to find other things for them to do. Still 2 more days of fun. Alright, let's have people be nice and toasty tonight. Get rid of that discontent. A jewel to drop it even further. That's very good for us. Good enough to... well, there we go. First casualty. We had our first duel to the death. The killer held a long-time grudge against another man and challenged into a duel. A citizen killed in a fight, but who? Who died? I think it was a worker, so good. I would have a long-standing grudge against someone who didn't pick up a finger to help in the Frostpocalypse for 19 days as I slaved away. It was probably one of the workshop workers who's been working their 24-hour shifts forever. Good. Now if only a worker had been stepped on by the automaton. Oh, but with that being the case, it would be a good idea to go down prosthetics. I don't have what it takes to build a care house, but I could pretend to care and build one anyway.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Would at least give the cripple somewhere to go. Not sure I care that much about it. I'm just going to shove the care house all the way back here. It's a practical solution, and in our situation that is indeed what counts. Alright, soon you're going to hit up that for more steam cores, and then the wreck for more steel, and that is a winning combination for me. Alright, we've got our care house promise fulfilled, because the care house has 2 base heating, it functions fine. At least until this happens, then things get considerably less fine. But for now, it's fairly toasty. Whoops, keep that on. Scattered sleds, wood and 2 steam cores. 2 is fine, because that means we got 4 coming in. I'd like more than 4, but I'm not going to be fussy at this point. Will you do an all-child run, barring research, of course? That's pretty much... it would be this, but I wouldn't have the engineers working, and I'm not entirely sure that would be possible at all. It would be this, but with half the workforce that I have here, and that just... I can't see it. I can see a lot of things, and I can't see that. And that fertilizer doesn't help a lot when you have the steam core seizing up. Also doesn't help when you have 3 of your workers in treatment. Food production is the highest priority here. So let's just have a bit of switcheroo. Starving people. Oh. That's with this on, right? It's getting a tad chill. But not too cold that we can't survive here. It's tempting to bump up the temperature, but with that kind of coal consumption and that kind of lack of coal production, it's not a tempting prospect. Right, we need more coal produced, so I'm going to slam you on the coal thumper. And I would slam some other people on the other one if I had other people, but I kind of need that tiny trickle of wood. Coal can survive. Oh wait, no, you do not need that on. Oh no, you do! Crumbs. I was thinking of the automaton, I wasn't thinking of the cookhouse itself, which does need to be heated to function right now. I need to move the cookhouse back over here in the future. Have you thought about the Wheel of Misfortune per death kind of challenge? I don't know what you mean by that, Speed Rules. You're gonna have to elaborate. Okay, we're holding it together. Somewhat. Another 2 days of no food, no coal, no wood, no automatons. What a pig of a first event. Rotting roots would have been survivable fine enough, because I could have automatons running everything else hunky-dory, but this is just arse and chips is what it is. Every time someone dies, you spin the Wheel of Misfortune, and what does it do? What's on the wheel? What happens? Alright, we got ourselves the bunkhouses. I do have wood for other things. I could overdrive coupling to get extra heat out during the nights, which is fairly tempting. It's a pretty good one, truth be told. I need more power, there's no escaping that. I would like my cookhouse insulated, how could you tell? But between the base heat and the heater that it has, it'll work fine in -70, as long as it's over here. Which it's going to have to soon once the steam core stops seizing. I'm a bit more concerned about the industrial hothouse. Even with its mega heater on, it's only livable. In -70 it's not going to be livable enough. So I'm actually going to get some hothouse insulation just so this can function without having to scatter with extra coal. Deleting building, calling scouts, da-da-da-da. No, I'm not really interested in that. I don't want to drive the wheel into the ground. It's a fun thing, but if I broke it out every time, I'd get real scunnered with it. Speaking of which, I'll be breaking it out after this to decide what the next EU4 campaign is going to be. We have bunkhouses, we won't building them because we're struggling on wood so badly. Oh my goodness, that steel and raw food. Oh, that raw food is actually going to instantly become very useful. That better not say stuck automaton. I'm gonna leave that there for a little bit, because it probably says stuck automaton. It might say cookhouse. No, it can't say cookhouse helpers. We only have one amputee. I'm gonna leave that until this guy comes back with the food. We're gonna turn the food into rations. Then I'm gonna click that and then go. Ugh. Thank you. Now please immediately turn that into a monstrous amount of rations. He doesn't appear to be working at all. It's stuck automaton. Can't really shut down the cookhouse at this point. I'm gonna have to shut down the automaton and then have some workers over here of some description. Pull some of you, get you over there. Hopefully you don't need to eat, but I think everybody does at this point. Going home, going to rest. Please don't. Please get me my food. You don't deserve rest. Hold on, I thought I shut down the automaton. Are you telling me he would actually work if I told him to work? I don't think he would. Ah, there we go. That sounds like angry people again. I could do with fewer angry people in my life right now. Let's just shut this down for now. Squeeze out a bit more coal from here. Oh, that's right, you're back in Tickle with those steam cores. That's nice and all, but now go exploring down here, please. You have 5 days to find something good out there. More like 3.5, given that stores moving in. What is it? Cold homes. It's meant to be cold. It's minus 50. Okay, I have the power to order another 24-hour shift, but kind of. I don't even need to dismantle that one to just build another one over here. So we'll get it built, we'll get it 24-houred, and then I'll dismantle this one. I lose 5 wood and 3 steel each time I do this. It's a worthwhile exchange. When the other guys get back, I'm going to preempt my need for the coal mine and have that built already. It's a miracle that we've been able to survive on the coal through this. We had to rush the coal thumpers, 2 of them, and been working in less than ideal situations for gathering that coal, I tell you what. Okay, I'm sure you guys had great fun. Man, these guys must be dreaming about plants by now. You guessed it, it's more 24-hour shift on you. Do all you can. Hopefully those 38 rations get our people through the night. And it's another 1.5 days until the steam cores stop seizing. God boy. Okay, preempting that, I'm actually going to get rid of this coal thumper and this gathering post. Because at 10 per hour this will be done by the time this is up, and then I can have people get I can have the automatons get back to their regularly scheduled work. Or so I hope. Oh nice, since somebody died there's no longer a shortage of housing. Sweet. Knew I passed that dueling law for a good reason. I'm tempted to just have my automatons pump out food so I can drown in food and never see it as a problem again, but I know that's short, that's looking too short into the future. I need wood and I need steel to get more automatons going. Yoink. Okay, well that solves the fuel, that solves the steel question. Still need the wood though. Yeah, we'll get the wood. You mean the exploit was the miracle? I would have worked around it. Besides, this is probably intended, right? This way they're just kind of plugging into a... No, I'm not even going to try to justify it. It was probably an oversight. Coal pile from a coal thumper is probably not defined properly. Oh, I never gave people that warmer night. That's why I got more sick, but too bad. More sick absentees. They gotta go. And I still want a bunch of you working there, but I want these guys working more. Groovy. We'll just barely hold it together. When that temperature goes down again, I would really like to bump this up, and it'll be just in time for steam core season to pass, and I'll have my steam cores here. Alright, I can see the light at the end of the tunnel, but it's been a long tunnel. Pretty dark, smells of piss, but we've made it through. Well, we ain't made it yet, but I'm feeling like we're making it. Let's keep the focus on research. You can't skimp on research. That's coming from a guy that spent a lot of this run skimping on research. But if you just go, no, I must tackle a short-term problem and I will put just ignore research until we fix the problem, then your problems are only going to get worse because you won't research the adequate tools to see the next crisis through. And we've been jumping from crisis to crisis. This has been a real shoestring budget. And I'm not often 5 hours into a run and still struggling. The strategy segment's only meant for 4 hours in the evening. Oh well, whatever. This is what a schedule does to you. The whole world just becomes streaming. It's fine though, it's what I signed up for. Finally, we're in the final day of the Steam Core season. Let's plow on through. Getting a bit low on those rations, son. I'm gonna pool a bunch of you and have you make food, pretty please. Okay, they're going to eat, which is kind of understandable. They are starving after all, everybody is. Alright, we got ourselves the hothouse insulation researched, which means it doesn't need to be heated right now. I still could heat it, it would probably be good for the engineers to not get so sick, but I'm not spending that. House, medical post, there's lots of upgrades that are options here, but which do I need? This I need. No questions asked, I need that. The efficiency is very tempting though. But I need this to weather the storm. It's just not immediately useful to me, so let's get the heater efficiency upgrade. And immediately find ourselves completely out of wood. Oh well. The wall drill provideth once the steam cores have stopped seizing. Cracks360 Alpha says, hey Jake, new to the channel, just wondered how long you were in the run, as this is also my first look at the game. Wow, that's a whole lot of news. I've clocked a lot of hours in this game, Frostpunk, which is a survival city builder. I love it to bits, but we've been playing for almost 5.5 hours tonight. You build a city in a radial design, and your only enemy is the elements, and given it's minus 50 degrees and about to go down to minus 60, minus 70, it's pretty bollocking cold out there. But the game looks and feels and plays amazing. That's why it keeps dragging me back. But this is not typical gameplay you're seeing here, this is me pushing it to the extreme. Speaking of extreme, Christopher German, it's not a good name for a Brit, I assure you, finally gets a meal. Well, actually, I don't think he got a meal at all. There was no food rations left for him. And he starts turning in some food. This is going to be long hours of toil. I'm not going to address every concern you have. I'm not going to address any concern you have. Lonely Light and Cliffside Path. What do they have? Cliffside Path is wood and food, but Lonely Light is coal, steel, and wood. Yoink. God, everyone's so unhappy with me. The second hardest run in Frostpunk by circumstances, one bad situation after another, says Denotes. This has been one bad situation after another. Our initial scouting sucked. It took us ages to get any additional people here. We got the steam core seizing. We got a run of particularly awful events that pushed discontent and hope to the limit. But we're still alive. Alright, there we go. 51 rations. They'll have to see us through to the steam cores no longer seizing. Get those kids. I'd like to have the kids working on something else, but there's nothing that's really child friendly at the moment, other than, I suppose, making us all this food. There's still a few waking working hours. Just turf some bodies in there and get to work. Of course, I forgot all about the hot houses, probably because I covered in this smoke here. Smoke, that's steam. Steam from the steamed baby back ribs. Steamed ribs. Alright. It has been a rough as hell 6 days. Oh damn, I said I'd feed all the hungry. Eat your gosh darn food. Running out of time to do this. Everybody should go and get their food if they're hungry. Alright, we got it. We got the steam cores, we got the wood, we got the steel, we got the coal, we got so much here. This is where we turn the entire situation around. We'll come into the second storm having a steam coal mine, a wall drill, and steam steel works. And you guys should get out there. There are steam cores to be had, and I don't know which way has them. But I do want them. You only have 4 days to find them. More like 3. How steep is the learning curve? The learning curve is more like a learning speed bump. There's not much to it. If you just play the game through on its standard mission, which is called A New Home, it's very difficult to lose. It'll always feel like you're losing, but that's the miracle of the game. Why are you not working a 24-hour shift? You should almost definitely be working a 24-hour shift. I know discontent is high, but... but I do want automatons. And I kind of feel like I should have more steel by now. Didn't I bring a ton of it back? Did I just spend it on something without realizing? Sounds like something I would do. What the heck's all my steel? I could make you guys work 24-hour shift in the steamy steel works. Point is, I just need more resources at this point. The coal is alright, so I'm going to pull you folks away from there. And you folks away from there. I'd rather have the wood, but I'll get an automaton on the wood. I need the steel in order to see through. Going to eat kind of makes sense, but I'd rather you went straight to work. Everybody else can eat. Oh no, you're part of the hungry. And I am facing starvation. This event's pretty hard to shake. It's not an event, it's a promise, but whatever. Okay. Another jewel to lower my discontent. In the 10 hours and a bit that this is over, that coal pile will be gone. This coal pile will not, but at least it's there for us. I still need a factory if I want to erect more automatons, which I do, but we're gonna probably have to make do with 2 for now. Yeah, we'll survive. Let's keep these guys safe by putting them in there and giving people a nice, let's say mega toasty. Yeah, let's just make people super toasty. Good grief, that is warm. Probably too hot. They're getting dehydrated and stuff with that. Same with these kids. Let's stop them from getting too sick and make them work in the House of Healing instead. Steam coal mine, Jake. What about it? Yes, we're building it. I'm just thinking where my automatons are going to go. Yes, one to the steel coal mine, and probably the other one on the wood drill until the wood problem is solved. The reason that I want my workers in the steam steelworks is because steam steelworks is warmer than wall drill. Then again, wall drill has the shrine, but shrine doesn't heat you up, only heats up your soul. Ooh, I thought you'd be finished with this by now, says Lucky. Where did it all go wrong? Probably right here where we got the steam core seizing. That's where it all went wrong. As soon as this passes, which is daybreak, I want everybody that can work on these. I'll get 2 full segments of kids working on that. Fantastic. Yeah, hazards can be repeated, but you have to go through all of them before it takes effect. We should be grateful for what we have, I suppose, says Jasper Gray. You're right, you should be grateful. But you're probably not. There's a lot of sick people, given that I turned up the heating real heavy for last night. Right. It's just about over. Temperature's coming down. Oh, that feels good. And by good I mean whatever the opposite of good is. Even the research is going a bit crappy right now. Let's heat you up. Let's not heat you up. Nobody's freezing at least. Ah, that is probably the worst a hazard has ever hit me in the game. Okay, there you go. Steam coal mine should solve all of our coal problems for a very long time. Get off of that coal pile. It's not as important as dealing with that wall drill. And, oh, finally some food coming in. These 10 kids look fine, so I'm going to pull them out. Good. And send them to work in here. Also good. 144% efficiency. That's a lot better than whatever garbage it was before. Some of these engineers are sick. Food production is of vital importance at this point. I'm going to pull you out of there. Stick you into there. You've already used fertilizer, so I won't use it again. I'll probably forget about it though. Kick out these guys that are in treatment and replace them with fresh bodies. That leaves me with all 10 of these engineers being sick. So when they are not sick, I want them doing what exactly? Not sure even I know. Can certainly have them work here when they get better. About said engineers, when are they going to get better? 10 hours, 10 hours, many hours. I don't have that. I need this thing working immediately. It's too cold for the cookhouse to operate, actually. Bummer. I'm facing starvation in 10 hours. Well, this thing's getting destroyed then. We shall re-erect one over here. Let me just poke this bit of road out to make sure that it is perfectly in line. I need some of my lazy ass workers to build it, and then I'll get some of these punk ass kids to go and man it. Once this guy's refueled, he's going to work on that wall drill. Okay. Even with this consumption, all the heaters on and stuff, the sheer power of the steam coal mine is keeping us afloat. Thank you, Yellow Major. Jagger's going to refuel there and then he gets to work on the wall drill, and I need that wall drill. I'll get the engineers working in the steam steel works as soon as they can. Then when we have the steel, we build a No, I don't have the resources to build another automaton unless I strip away one of these. And I don't want to do that right now. I want to feed my people. Let my people grow. Look at the difference now. We produce about 14 raw food per hour instead of per day. I presume children aren't the best hunters. The only people that can hunt are workers, even when you play the ARCS scenario. Alright, there we go. The cookhouse can function. And it's going to make sawdust meals, of course. And like I said, it's something for these punk kids to do. This should see to starvation. because our people are so hungry, but now I have what it takes to make about 180 meals for them. The hungry are fed, most of the hungry have had a meal and are somewhat satisfied for the time being with their sawdust burgers. Well, more power to them, I guess. The wood is finally coming in. Alright, it was a long journey to get here. Now let's carry on. We've got ourselves heater efficiency, which is lovely. I know I need this generator power upgrade. Is there anything that speaks to me more? Kind of, but also no. I mean, having a cookhouse insulation is quite neat, but this will offset quite a bit of that. I'll get overdrive couplings first, however. That temperature drip is actually going to hurt me a hell of a lot. It's already cold in people's tents. And then it's going to be very cold. Let's just eat the insane fuel cost and get the maximum generator upgrade. It's going to increase this by about 50%, so it's going to go from 480 up to about 750, but hey, we produce 750. Lucky us. So it'll look like this before the storm. When we go into the storm, I need bunkhouses for everybody. Sounds like a lofty goal, but we need it. What temperature are you playing until? I usually run these until we survive. Wait, what? Working day and night. Why do we need so many emergency shifts? I'm not addressing that. Well, I guess they still are on their emergency shifts. Sucks to be them. I should have said, I should have agreed to that, because I don't need any emergency shifts for a wee while. But I'd hate to not have the freedom to do it. Coal, wood, steel, steam lorry. That's what I need. Get it. Get in there. To kind of let off the steam from all the pressure of this, I think I'm going to kill 5 of my workers. Give it time. Okay. Rested Pandy says, missed most of the stream, unfortunately, but it looks like it's been a stressful one. You mean you missed the steam core seizing as our first disaster? When we rely on hothouses for food, mines for coal? Yeah, you missed the worst of it. Okay, let's keep on going. Good job, we've got loads of food. Fantastic. I would really love to shove these kids onto a 24-hour shift, but children die from doing that. And we will get plenty of food over the next day or two from this. It's not a big deal. Also, get back to work. Cold. It's meant to be cold, you goddamn morons. Alright, speaking of morons, let's get these guys on a 24-hour shift. Because I need that, yeah. I need that generator power upgrade before tomorrow. Okay. It's tempting to 24-hour shift these, but they should have plenty of food tomorrow. Alright, let's go then. Plenty of wood, plenty of steel. To the point where I'm very tempted to start building resource depots just so I can have somewhere to store all these resources. Oddly enough, you know, it's what they're called. And I don't need tons of wood for anything in particular, I just want tons of wood. Alright, let's plow through it. I'm certain we're in a good spot now. To the point where we're capping on coal. Cliffside path for wood and food, desolate valley and frozen pond. We found all the steam cores out here, so I'm going to send you back to Tickle. Desolate Valley and Frozen Pond both have nothing after all. So let's make sure we can have more room for coal and more room for raw food. Raw food storage is like 3 times more efficient than food ration storage. And as long as your cookhouse can function during the storm, and ours can because it's in the range of this mighty steam hub, then you're all good. Speaking of all good, oh, it's about to get real nice and toasty for our people. There we go, look at that warming glow. They use such a delicious colour palette for this game. Still, with that done, there's always more to be done. We're going to have... what exactly? Houses would be nice, but I want my cookhouses to actually operate, but I also want healthcare insulation. We'll get overdrive couplings. Boom. Really need the steamworks operational though. The lack of steel is going to hurt us really badly if it isn't. But it takes a lot of people to run that thing. Well, these 9 engineers are a lot of people. On you go. This can't last. We have to do something before it's too late, says Frank. What's your problem, Frank? Alright, 4.7 steel per hour is okay. Bit nippy, isn't it? I think in the absence of an automaton here, a shrine will help out a long way. And I also don't need these engineers here at all, so I can have them doing a real job. That said, I'm a little short on real jobs for engineers. It's pretty cold to just pluck that coal pile straight up. So, the obvious answer is to erect another steam steelworks, get it built, and get them working there, the lazy buggers. We can get another law, but I've passed every law that I really want except for the pub. But I don't want to promise the pub when it's going to be too cold to work it anyway. Although, it would probably fit here. Pub is about as big as a cookhouse. Ah, but it's not in the range of this heater. Just barely, but it isn't. Steam lorry, steam cores, come to me. Those 2 steam cores could get us the automatons that I want. But until then, I can't assume I'll get them. Let's toss some more dead bodies onto the soil. Fertilizer and all that. 3 of you are in treatment. None of you are in treatment, however. Maybe that's because I'm giving my kids extra rations. But I have nothing to back that up with. Oh, I put this in the wrong place, so I wanted this to work as well. Oh well, not a big deal. No, it's a considerably big deal. And they're back. With not a whole lot, but they are back. Get back to work. Alright, off you go to the buried dreadnought. I've had enough of you. Been a while since we faced an ultimatum. But I'm sure they'll chill out soon enough. Let's get rid of you. Now the steel is pouring in. And when we get those steam cores back in, we'll be able to erect 2 automatons. Perhaps more if I kill one of my industrial hothouses, but I'd really like to be jacked full of raw food in case we get rotting roots. Phew. Okay. I want the bunkhouse, but I don't need it until this point. And it's very important to distinguish between your wants and needs in this game. You'll have endless wants, but you gotta focus on those needs.
Night is coming. Put down your tools.
Alright, there we go. The overdrive is gonna keep everybody super toasty through the nights. Look at that. warm tents even at this stage in the game. Okay. Okay, we're getting there. Let's keep that cookhouse operational. Might seem a bit frivolous. And it is, but I still want to. Oh, I pleased my people, of course, because I just gave them my mega overdrive. Well, if they're that happy, surely they'd love to work a 24-hour shift plucking steel for me. The wall drill is constantly working, as it should. So the wood's coming in, the steel comes in, the food will come in. Will come in more if I order them to work 24... 4 emergency shifts. That is day 23. And it's not an order run. That is mad. I feel like I'm having that moment where that guy is laughing at Victoria 2 screen going, those pops, man. But it's me with Frostpunk. You know the image. Alright, so toasty. Surely nobody will even get sick tonight. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 13, 19, 20. We're only halfway through the night. We got extra sick people as well. That's fine though, I can handle that many sick easily with just one of these operational. Clunk, Dreadnought. There's a relic to be acquired here. Alright, let's finally kill some bloody workers. We could explore it safely for wood and steel. I don't think so. Go and die, please. Oh god, they survived. Of course they'd survive. They haven't had to lift their fingers in ages. They are not tired and exhausted at all. Ah. Worker scum. Okay, well, on the plus side, it's time to invest in the economy. Time to get that factory going. Slap it over there, get it working today, get ourselves a new automaton. Ooh, 2 new automatons sounds twice as good as that. But I need to spare myself steam core. And I want to work my hot houses for as long as I can. There's nowhere worth putting you out right now. Trying and failing to get useless bums killed on a ball-bustingly hard challenger on his peak Jakes is down. I will not be mocked. These guys are gonna die. Off you go. The storm is on the horizon, yep, and these suckers are going straight into it. I don't care the wood cost. They need to die. Man, people are pretty unhappy with me. Wonder why. DDR priorities. Running a bit high on steel here, but that's exactly why I'm going to make these folks in freezing conditions. Build me 2 automatons, please. Don't spare the spare ribs. They're gonna go, but sir, we don't have the resources to build the second one, to which I say... what do I say, actually? I'm gonna tear down this industrial hothouse to make room for it. We're looking pretty amazing on the food front, but I still want more food. Wow, like all of the people here are too sick. Too many of them are too sick. Well, that being the case that it is, why don't we have the automaton work here instead? It still has the fertilizer effect. That way he can work all the way up to the storm through the night and I don't need to use 24-hour shifts, and the kids can work there, helping each other get better. Now we have the steam cores. I'll get the steam core for a bunch more of these, but 2 should suffice. Then I'll have 4, and that will be wood, steel, coal, wildcard. And the wood is also a wild card, because I don't always need loads of wood. I always want loads of wood, but... keep that running while that guy's grumbling along. Alright, so the scouts have come back with the rejected automaton designs. Well, I reject these scouts, so you guys are also going to go and die at the scattered sleds. Place for memories. No, let's not spend 400 everything on archives. 400 wood, 250 steel. It's like a couple of bridges right there. Okay. There we go. Welcome, automaton. The Mark IV Britain. Cool name and all, but I think your real name is actually Power Mac. Good name for something so big and powerful. Granted, I need the wood right now, but we'll get there. It's going to give me a spare steam core, which I could make anything with. The alternative is that I make another steam coal mine, but my coal usage isn't due to increase anytime soon. In fact, if anything, it's due to decrease at the end of the storm considerably. So that's not a priority. Or I could rebuild the hothouse, make loads of food to prepare for the other thing. That might not be a bad idea. And then I keep the wild card there essentially. Wom. I don't often watch the birth of the automaton. It always seems to bug out for... Wait, okay. Well, that's one way to appear. No Irishman here. The Mark I single mother. There we go. I use a name list of people that support me on Patreon because, well, sometimes I feel like I don't do much for them. If you support the channel, I'm kind of confused as to what to do for you, because I still don't understand why people do it. Right, we brought in the single mother, down with the factory so we get the steam core back, and let's re-erect the industrial hothouse, and probably have our spare automaton work there as well, although I'd love the wood. The wood situation's okay. No, we'll have you work there instead. And then as soon as the factory's all done, works out for the day. What's up? I know it's cold. Stop telling me it's cold. Eesh. Well, at least there's cookhouse insulation. It'll actually run before the storm hits without a heater, which is pretty astonishing. It was very frivolous though, I did not need that upgrade. What I need are lots and lots of bunkhouses though, and we'll get that done soon. In the run up to that, however, we could actually go for the difference engine. I can't really spare the wood for it though, I need that wood for bunkhouses. I'd rather do the bunkhouses first. Crumbs, I didn't make that one prosthetic for that broken child. Oh well, child can remain broken. A testament to the power that our automatons hold. Didn't I slow down? Did I slow down the automatons? I can't remember. No, surely not. They'd be slower than 70%. I guess they're still a threat then. Don't like generator efficiency. I don't like generator range for this. We're doing fine as we are. I will preempt the steam core, not steam core, but the congestion, which reduces the range of this, because that could hurt my ability to heal and cook and all that. You didn't, you stopped automaton research. Yeah, but I did it again. I actually went and got it. I had to turn around on that one. It was a grim bloomin' moment for us. Very happy that these hothouses can function without heaters. It's wonderful. Alright, let's get our first round of bunkhouses. People should be able to do that tonight, and I'll give them a lovely overdrive with which to make it happen. I don't want to do it for too many people, because homelessness on such cold nights can lead to very bad things, like freezing limbs. Even though actually it's only chilly. If you just slept under the generator tonight, it would only be treated as chilly, which is awesome for them. Wow, unemployment. The writing's on the wall for our captain. Why would we just say that? That's not being very nice. We haven't had one in a long time, so let's have ourselves some evening prayers. Yeah, there we go. All of you are in treatment. Come on, get to work. There must be somebody who's not in treatment there. No, we're not. I've been heating my automatons again, a mistake that I keep making. And a tough one not to make, I think. How you liking that, guys? Go on, once more into it. I bet they're not liking it at all. That's the funny part.
Work time. Get moving.
The Great Jagger, the Yellow Major, Power Mac, and the Mark I Single Mother. They're keeping the dream alive because our entire workforce is only 54 people. But granted, it started as 30 and it went as low as 14-ish. So I'm relatively satisfied with this. Don't even need that heater on for you, which is incredible, thanks to insulation. Oh no! 5 workers are dead! This will not stand. We need to find out what happened to them. Scouts, go and find out. Long hours of... They deserve it. Okay, no more extended shifts for you guys. You've toiled long and hard enough. The time has truly come for revenge. Revenge against our pathetic workers. And would you look at that? There's a lovely round number that we can send to their demise. You know, at this rate, these ones probably won't be needed. Let's not upgrade those for now. Let's work on the inner ring here. Don't know what I could have here, but I'm thinking we should celebrate with a nice stiff drink at the pub.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
I've got 4 days to build it, and it will be built. simple pleasures that we'd lost forever.
Workday ends.
Well, there are things that we're losing forever, but never fast enough. I've returned, says Void Scroll. I had to take care of things. You seem to be doing awfully well right now. I am. No thanks to these scumbag workers. Oh, right there, running out of places to go. Whew. Yeah, it's only natural to build a pub on top of the remains of houses here. Unless we can fit one here that's still... No, it's not in the range of the heat zone, sadly. I can, however, expand the heat zone with the tech that I'm getting. Oh, they don't look so good out there. They don't look so good at all. They almost look like they're going to die. I can't send them over to any of these because they're inaccessible. Well, did all I could. But that's not the end. I will eradicate each and every one of these worker scum. Let's see. That'll take us down to 84. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, well, we don't need any of these once they're dead. How convenient. I can actually reshape this a fair bit. So let us reshape this a fair bit.
Bundle up. It's getting colder.
Oh, it is getting guy cold, so let's toss away the industrial hot... Well, let's toss away one industrial hothouse. The one that had the automaton working in it. It's a bit too cold for these guys to be working out here. Even by my standards, that's a bit nippet for them. Also, it's too cold for our medical facilities to operate. I can't be having that. Turning into a North Korea run. Not enough of one.
Get to work. Move, people. There's plenty to do.
Well, let's have ourselves a nice pub. Let's get ourselves the House of Healing. And the other House of Healing. Now we can have plenty of healing for all. Even though we don't need it. Tell you what, I'd really like to get rid of these trees, but not enough. Whoa, now that actually doesn't reach the pub. That is not right. That is not right at all. Can we rearrange this a bit? How about House of Healing? Pub House of Healing. There we go. The duality of faith. And some more Fight Club for people. This was a long time coming. Yeah, it's warm enough for these people to actually work here, but not comfortably. What is even next? Difference engines. The only thing that really cries out to me is necessary at this point. Because we need to work our way down for heating. I'll get medical post upgrades so we can get medical insulation down the line. Wasn't I building myself a steam coal mine? Ah, this isn't disassembled yet. None of these needed, none of these wanted. Groovy. That's how decadent we can be. There we go. A pub ran again by the engineers because the workers don't work. I'll pay for this. When's this ever actually going to be disassembled? There we go. I needed those steam cores. I love how they managed to make the game work so well with disassembling and reassembling more or less your entire city in the game. Really works well. Very well. Too well. I'm going to grab the rest of this coal off the ground because I don't like its existence there. I'm also going to get rid of that coal thumper. It's superfluous now. Took a bit, but it's all finally come together. Raw food, not raw food, dit, and dit. Cyclone Quadruple 8 has decided to join the family, probably in celebration of the workers dying here. That's certainly what I'd be celebrating at this rate.
Your work shift starts.
Alright, food rations, wood, steel, and that's all she wrote because that's all she needed. Now just ploughing on with my feet up. Going, ah, thank goodness. I don't mind keeping the crippled child around just to remind us of the dangers that automation can bring. Serves as a good reminder. You could always use workers as fuel for the generator and feed their cooked remains to the children so they grow into strong, healthy engineers. I'd have to go full despot to build an execution platform. Wait, these guys were alive? But how? How could this be? Well, I got a lot of workers to kill. Let's get on it. I need to find the most faraway place, keep them stationed there, and then do away with them. Oh, strong winds. That's not very good for getting them killed. But we have what it takes. We have the bravery to bring back slavery. As good old Mr. Cameron would say, you gave your people time to rest, maintaining normal working hours. People feel ready to work hard again. I doubt it, they are British. Get those engineers working away in there. Be sure to sling the corpses underneath. Lovely. Be even more lovely if you actually worked your 24-hour shift there. Get back to work. And this is the one that absolutely doesn't need to be fully staffed, so there you go. Having fun at the public house. Come on now. Lucian Hargreaves isn't there. Although I'm sure you wish he was. I recall you saying that this run wouldn't take that long at some point, as in I thought I'd be dying quite quickly. But we are not dying, we're very much being alive. Much to my bemusement. Let's just get these guys as far away from the center as they can so we can get them killed. Once we have the workers slaughtered, that's it. That's game, set, and match in my view. Take you off and work on some steel instead. If they bring back some steam cores, then all the better. So I would like to research additional scouts once we have the difference engine done. So I'll make these guys work 24-hour shift just to beeline for that. Of course you don't know what's going to be out there at this point. Job well done, sir. That was about as rough as it could have been. I threw all the worst things I could have had there. Yeah, but I was safe even from rotting roots here. I have so much food that rotting roots is something I can laugh away at. Additional scouts, please. The most minor of deficits there that can be offset just by manning the steam coal mine for a tiny bit, which is fine. Would putting workers into freezing gathering posts without anything arranged still be considered working? I mean, it's completely arbitrary, but I don't want to do that. I'd rather send them out to die in the Frostlands, because that way at least it has a cost for me. It's not something I can just do for free. Go all the way to your ice obelisk and die. Ah, time to make ourselves some more scouts. We might never know what's out there, but please find out for us. Of course, I do need to actually survive the next drop in temperature, which means I need even better heaters and even better heat. So, we should get all these things. What I could get is engineer automatons so they can work with us on the research, but again, that's not needed. Let's just grab what we need. We'd also do a whole lot better if we had more teching. So I'm actually going to expand the range of you so I can grab this, and then I need to grab some of our hard-working Revengineers. These guys will do, and have them work. Where did all that food even come from, says Trafficon? It disappeared for 30 minutes and you're no longer starving. 2 industrial hothouses cranking out 24-hour shifts with dead body fertilizer after steam core seizing had passed churned out 14 raw food per hour, which equates to 42 meals per hour. It's pretty good. That said, I should have it automated by now instead of having engineers work there. Column of crawlers, I think that's actually people. No, I think it talks about movement between them if there are people there. But if they're people, I'm just going to leave them to their death. We have plenty of people here. You know, a staggering 5 more than we started with. Alright, if we got the heaters, then let's continue to get the hottest temperatures we can in time for the storm. Thinking of using that scout exploit to get really fast scouting after the storm. What's scout exploit? Oh, the one where he came back. Oh, yeah, I didn't think about that. How did he not die? No, normally they die. I think it was just he was so close to here that the storm didn't actually touch. The storm probably comes in close, but not exactly to the city. So it doesn't kill the scout, and then the scout disappears when the storm hits, so to speak, because the scouts can be safe there. So I don't think you could get them any further out than a tiny bit. And even then, that's a super micro-intensive thing to save, what, a few hours? If, well, maybe more like a few minutes of scout travel time. Fat lot of nothing out there. Like, we have found 55 wood and that's it. And at this stage in the game, you don't need me telling you that that is nothing. Round rock and ice boat. Hold on, does ice boat not have steam cores? We'll find out soon enough. I'm playing turbo inefficiently right now. That's because it doesn't matter. We've made it. I'm just rounding things off at this point.
Work time. Get moving. End of shift. Go rest all you can.
Okay, now it's just coal and steel, which is disappointing. So they can just sit there and die. Seems pretty far out anyway. Ultimate power from the generator. Advanced heaters. The only other thing that would really help me along here are some houses. I'm not even going to bother with house redesign. Saves me a good amount, not good enough. No engineers would be impossible. Yeah, you can't do any researching without engineers, so that would be essentially a no research run, which is just impossible. There is no survival there. To quantify that, you must have healing going, otherwise you run... No, we did a no healing run, so that's not a fair comparison. Under normal circumstances, if you have no healing, you're not going to get by. At best, you can have the House of Healing, which doesn't require tech, which has 2 heating, and you'll get 1 more heating from the generator being active. So that's 3 bits of heating, meaning it will survive at minus 50, and no better. Well, after a while, it never gets warmer than minus 60, so you're scuppered. Supply train or overturned sled? Supply train is people, overturned sled I think is just stealing stuff.
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
My coal is certainly falling away now that I've made that big upgrade. So let's sort it out a bit. Probably because I'm being a bit extravagant with the heating, but that's fine. That's what my people deserve after we get rid of all those smelly scouts. Also, let's enjoy some sweet homes. Proper houses for our people. And extra insulation on said houses. This is the decadence you can afford when you shove out the proletariat masses.
Gather your tools. The shift is ending.
There. But work long hours and chuck some bodies underneath. They're gonna die with some supplies, boo-hoo. You're gonna die with some supplies, boo-hoo. You're our last chance to find any supplies. The houses come with indoor loos. I sometimes wonder how they do their business out here. Since it's all just going to be frozen, they'll eventually end up with this big mound of just frozen excrement, which can't be nice. Oh, buried dreadnought, bonus chance to kill. That said, if they survive, that's a pain in the rear end for me. Oh well. More power to them, I guess. Goodbye hope, because hello storm. I'd love it if this stopped affecting you after 5 storms or so. Alright, with the hazard gone, my scouts can actually move at normal speed. No discontent, but no hope. Also, no problems. Just raise the roofs with a sermon. Get those houses fully insulated. And otherwise, that's it. There's nothing left to even worry about. You know, it's just wrong that our crippled child has nowhere to call home. Well, no proper place to call home, so let's put up a little, Oh right, it is already in range of the heating. Wasn't reading my colours right there. Means we're getting rid of their old home. Which is probably very noisy there as well. Alright, risk your lives. Oh god, they keep surviving. You might actually be a problem if you get back. They will be a problem. Damn it, now I can't kill them properly. Well, maybe they won't survive, actually, now that I think about it. Alright, get out there as fast as you can. Maybe they're just a bit too slow. Work, work, nothing but work. I'm glad you understand, Thomas. I think we should enjoy ourselves another house of prayer, because not everyone has access to one. And without those smelly old workers, we can have access to whatever we want. So we get all this, we get all that. Many tempting things to be had, but healthcare insulation is where it's at. I might actually have a bit of trouble raising the hope at this point. Except, there we go, the care house sees to it for me. Since I don't have enough people working by shrines or getting House of Healing, I might need to get myself a big old temple just to see hope through. But on the other hand, I think it'll be okay. We'll see how it goes. Oh, keep on going, mate-o. This could be a problem, actually. I might not get everybody killed this round. I think we just lost them. Yes, we did. Which means time for the final bit of them to leave. What a tragedy. Apparently deconstructing the beacon kills the active scouts. It does not. It just removes them. Let's display that by dismantling it. This isn't going to prove a damn thing if he actually dies out there because of the cold. And remantle it. Could somebody please build? Okay, well, they died because of the cold, not because of the lack of beacon. And I realize that didn't prove a lot. Alright, we're eating the -100. By God, it's toasty. It's only chilly inside our homes, and we almost have... No, we already have the house insulation. This is as hot as homes can get at -100 without the overdrive. But let's overdrive just for dramatic effect. God, it's hot in here. Almost too hot. Let's chill out a bit. And let's not ever anybody work overtime shift. Our people shouldn't have to do such demeaning things. Ah, damn. Since they can't work here, they just sit around and freeze half to death. So somebody important actually lost a limb there. Losing a limb. That leads to a level of micromanagement that I'm super not impressed with in the game. So why care? We have so much food, it's unbelievable. I'm going to dismantle it to show my avarice. And I'll erect a factory, and we're going to build a prosthetic limb for that poor individual, because it was an engineer. I think it was an engineer. Yeah, I suppose so. Look, just make the freaking prosthetic limbs. I only need 2. Just don't get frozen doing it. One of them had to have an amputation whilst making the limbs to see to the amputation. There you go, that's all I asked for, right? Not asking the world. Go and have one of the children sing you a hymn as they graft it on. Finally killed all of the goddamn workers. Okay, I'll admit it's not the most large and impressive city we've ever built, but what we got through is what makes this so impressive. I'm not going to wait for the -120 storm. Everything here is done. I could not research anything anymore and we'd still be doner than done. We have the maximum heating that we need for all of our people. We make in excess of coal, we're tapped on wood, we're pretty big on steel. We even have a spare steam core, that's how decadent we are. We got everything we need. But we went through hell to get here. What a run. What an enjoyable run. So I'd really like to hand it to a couple of people actually who put forward suggestions amounting to this no worker run. It seemed like something that couldn't be done. In fact, I took a glance at, what exactly does this mean, and thinking of starting with only 15 people that can actually work is super daunting. There we go. We can call it there. We can super call it there. I want that discontent gone. There we go. And that's a freebie. That doesn't even affect us. Okay. What do we call this? This was the no workers, or can I fit in workers on strike? No, there's such small save file names. No workers. Bang. Done. Whew. I often like to... There we go. I often like to run through how the city went for the people that came in late. But for once we went without emergency shift to start us off. We got child labor law, just the first one passed. so that we could double our workforce from 15 to 30. We did a lot of juggling, mostly on wood, but we needed scraps of steel to put together our beacon. We needed little bits of coal. It was to the point where we'd only have the generator on from midnight till 4, just to prevent people from freezing to death. We even didn't give most people homes because we didn't have the wood for it. We deconstructed and reconstructed buildings more than I think I've ever done in a Frostpunk run, because we were so sore on resources. I had to build things to keep promises, then tear them down, and then I'd need them later on, so I'd build them again and tear them down again. And we did very little by way of medical facilities until we finally got ourselves a house of healing. Then we stopped having people dying all the time. Once we got the house of healing, it felt like things were stabilizing. We got ourselves an automaton or two, was coming out of the first storm, things felt amazing. Then we got hit with steam core seizing, so wood production dried up for 6 days. Our food production, which we only had, we could only use hothouses for, we can't use hunter huts because workers are the only ones that hunt, and workers won't work here. So food production dried up, wood production dried up. Coal production stopped dead. We had to quickly assemble a couple of thumpers. We could still produce steel, but without wood it was no good for research or really building, and that was the toughest 6 days of Frostpunk I've seen since the Utopia run. Good grief. To be honest, Jake, it would have been a lot easier without steam core seizing. Yeah, then where would the fun have been, Jagger? That's the question. Once we got through steam core seizing, I think it's safe to say we were on autopilot, because once you've been through that, you can handle just about anything, even if the temperature didn't play ball. We made it. We got ourselves built up on everything. Healthcare, not a problem. None of the resources became a problem. And we slaughtered every worker for their avarice, and it feels so good. The funny thing is, we're in a stalemate now. We have no workers, so we have no way of scouting at all. I can't go to these in any way because I have no live workers with which to do so. So by making this save game, I'm saying this is this is as big as a city can ever get. There's a lovely sense of finality to that. Of course, I can always build more automatons, except I can't because we don't have any income of steam cores because we got rid of all of our workers. Awesome. Okay, this has been the story of Tickle, the city where workers just do not work. And I'm actually out of Frostpunk challenges now. We've run them all. I'm not going to claim that this is the last Frostpunk run I'll do until a certain date, because as soon as I get an interesting idea, I simply have to run it. But until such a time happens, or they eventually release the slated 2019 expansion from me, it's thanks for joining, and see you on the next stream.